Everyone. We are live for the final time. This is the official TFE farewell live stream. I am going to be doing this a little differently than we've done in the past, meaning this is going to be very chill, laid back. I want to encourage dialogue. I've pinned a comment with the StreamYard link if anybody wants to join. No pressure, but if you want to join and say hi, say bye, let me know any questions you have or favorite memories of this wild journey we've been on. Feel free. I'm also going to watch the comments and try to read as many of them as I can. We've actually got quite a few people already popping in here, which is great. So I'm just gonna bring some people on and say hi, meet some of you face to face for the first time, and yeah, I just want this to be a great way to kind of end TFE. I've met so many people throughout this journey, all over the world, really. I got to a point where on a weekly basis, okay? On a weekly basis, I would communicate with someone in another country, whether that would be England or Scotland, Wales, New Zealand, Australia, Israel, just people all over the world. So this has really brought us together, which has been amazing. And so much has happened. It's pretty crazy to think back on everything that's happened the last 18 months or so. I was just talking to my dad actually a couple days ago, and we were talking about how the final debate almost had 1,000 people watching it at one time live. And he reminded me when we sat in my living room when the first video was premiered on YouTube. And again, no one knew I was behind it at that point or what it was. And we just didn't even know what was going to happen. And if I recall, something like 70 people were watching it live. And that was just like super exciting to us because we didn't know if this thing was going to work or not. And it obviously did. So really cool. I do have people waiting, actually more than I thought. So I'm going to go ahead and just bring you guys on and we can have a quick conversation. Tell me whatever you want. You can tell me you like me, you don't like me, whatever you want. No rules. So I'm going to start here with Jordan. Jordan, how are you?
I'm good. How you doing?
Cool. Good, man. Who are you and where are you coming from today?
Oh man, well, I've just been following this kind of in the background for a long time. My background is in physics. I have a master's in physics. I have a master's in data science. So I have the educational background to follow all this stuff, and it's crazy seeing flat Earth take off the way it is. And I don't know, it's just really cool seeing you do this experiment and just all the debates and everything. I follow MCToon, all those guys. But yeah, this is my first time kind of being in front of the camera, but just thought I'd pop in and just say good job. And I think it was awesome what you did.
Yeah, thanks. I appreciate it. Great to meet you. And it's been crazy, but I think it was definitely worth it. When I got introduced to flat Earth, I had no idea how big it was. And then
Mm-hmm.
the more I got involved, I started to realize that it was growing. And that's really when I started to think to myself, I need to do something significant. So that was
But
the
you don't have
beginning.
like a background in science or anything, right?
No background in science. I like science and I wish I knew more and I wish I had time to research it more, but no, my favorite subject in school was always math.
Okay, well, I mean that's the language of science, right?
Yeah,
I do feel like you've definitely picked up enough throughout this process to do really well in the debates and everything. So not having a science background, it's been pretty impressive to see you and hear you. You know, pitch the
yeah,
globe.
yeah, I will say that I also think that that lends credibility to the power of the globe and the globe model when someone
Mhm.
like myself, who is not a scientist, I'm not an astronomer, I don't have a PhD, just a pastor can get involved and then feel confident to take on the entire flat Earth community. That's what happens when you have truth on your side. So
Yeah, I think it's pretty cool to see, despite not having the background, just having the drive and the motivation, and just, not anyone can put together what you put together. It takes a lot to do what you did. So, good on you for sticking with it, because I could imagine people could go down this road and give up after a month or so, and realizing how hard it is to do what you did.
Yeah,
So,
it was definitely difficult, but I appreciate the encouragement.
yep. Awesome.
Cool. All right. Take care, man.
Yep. Nice meeting you.
Likewise. Bye-bye. All right. I see a familiar dog, so I'm going to go ahead and talk to Rusty here. Hey, Rusty.
I will.
There we go. Hey, Dave. How are you?
I'm very good, Will. I just thought I'd take the opportunity to stop by and once again thank you for doing everything that you've done, because yeah, it's still beyond belief. Rusty's still not happy that you dragged me away from him for 2 weeks, but I'm sure he'll get over it eventually.
Yeah, I think you'll be okay with me sharing this, but I don't think flat earthers and just the community at large realize that you already had a wedding scheduled in your own family for the time
Yes.
that we were going to Antarctica. And not only was it a family wedding, you were also supposed to be the photographer.
Yes, it was my cousin was getting married on December 20th, I think it was. So when you first contacted me about it, and I was like, 14th to the 18th, could we get back in time? Is it going to be too much of a push? Or yeah, he'd already asked me a couple of weeks beforehand and said, would I photograph his wedding? So I said, yeah, sure, not a problem. And then obviously all this popped up, and I was in this moral dilemma of do I go back on what I've agreed with him, or what? So I wound up driving down to his house and just knocking on the door and be like, would you be bothered if you had to get a different photographer? Because I've got this. And he's like, don't be stupid, just go.
Yeah, it's important because it shows two things. One, you don't turn down a free trip to Antarctica. That's number one. And number two is it's amazing how many flat earthers did exactly that.
Yeah, it was. It's quite incredible, and not only that, but obviously, Critical Think and Toon both funded their own way there. Globy McGlobeface was trying to fund his own way there. I didn't see any flat earthers who were trying to fund at the time that we were going, and I think I've only seen one who's trying to fund since, because they don't believe what we saw.
Yeah. Yeah, it's actions speak louder than words. I don't know if the flat earth community fully grasps that at this point, but that is a reality.
Yeah, most definitely. I think that, and like you were saying in your video yesterday, the responses from them, ones who either wouldn't make predictions in the first place or did make predictions and have now gone back on those predictions because they got proven wrong, and yet still continue to push the same arguments. And I just turn around and say, well, can you explain the 24-hour sun? And there's nothing.
Right. Yeah. Well, thanks for popping on. I'm going to be thanking you individually later on, but I'm glad you popped on, and it was a trip of a lifetime for sure.
Most definitely, Will. Yeah, absolutely. I think you did slightly miss the mark, though, because I know you'd said beforehand that your intention leading into this was to try and move the conversation forward, and I think you've pushed it off a cliff by mistake, but we'll forgive you for it.
All right, we'll take it. We'll take it. Thanks, Dave.
Thanks a lot, Will. Cheers.
Bye-bye. All right, let's see here. I am going to go to Brenda Debates. Hi.
Good afternoon, Mr. Duffy.
How are you? Good.
I'm doing great. I think that you did something really good. You did a number of things which the flat Earth community has been decimated. Just for people's reference, decimated is a Roman term for reducing to 1/10. And the big players are pretty much gone, except for a few. And you've also shown that while argumentation, people say, why do you debate these people? Because you're never going to convince them. And it's argumentation plus, well, you demonstrated that their model was wrong. So we debate them, and we made a demonstration that was impossible for them. Well, it's not impossible for them to deny, but realistically impossible for them to deny. And that shows, that gives me hope for, or confidence for in other areas, that you can also convince people by talking and demonstrations and change minds, because changing minds is the whole idea here, as far as I understand it, right?
Yeah. Doing an experiment was important. Returning to the scientific method was important. But I think the best part of it was coming together, both sides, bringing both sides together and saying, let's do this together with a common goal of wanting to find the truth and agreeing on what we're going to do ahead of time. And so I think that in all areas of life, not just this flat earth thing, is important if people really want to try to see eye to eye and really want to change minds.
So I have gotten personal pushback from atheists because you are a pastor. I tend number one, you're a young man. You're a young man, and I'm 68, and I woke up one morning and I beheld the field in which I grew my fugs, and behold, there were no fugs left. I don't care, right? If somebody advances something I believe in, then I support them. And if they have different beliefs than me in other areas, that doesn't matter. They're advancing something that I believe in, that I believe is true, and so I support them. And it doesn't matter what other areas we may disagree. I would still support you. Can I ask you one thing though?
Sure.
Roger. You know Roger?
Roger Ledwell?
Yes.
He's waiting in the back room.
Oh, okay, cool. Then you're going to address his concerns, because he has some concerns.
Okay, great.
How about this? I could imagine a flat earther getting the idea that they're not welcome here. Are flat earthers welcome to join this live stream?
Yeah, they're encouraged to join. So I see at least a couple flat earthers waiting.
Good. Well, I don't have anything else. I think you did good. I could debate you on other issues, but if you don't want to debate those, then whatever. It doesn't matter to me.
I don't turn down debates too often, but let's keep this about TFE, and we can do that another time. Yeah. So the way people think that because I debate a lot on the internet, and that people think, oh, I'm really argumentative. No, I have friends who don't believe as I do, and I don't debate them. I consider it sort of like an arena, right? You go into the arena, you play your best game, and when you leave the arena, you shake hands and you go about your life, right? My life does not consist of this. This is a fun hobby. And I encourage everybody to think that, especially about the internet, because people get caught up. Maybe that's another thing you can address. That people get caught up in the internet, and it comes to dominate their life and to take control of their lives. And no, you have to set a proper boundary for the internet. This is a place where I go to talk to people or to debate people, and then in my rest of my life, that's different. And I encourage people to think that. Sorry. I've got a lot of people waiting.
I'm signing off. What you did was great. You destroyed Flat Earth. I don't know how they can recover. And I approve of what you did. Congratulations. Whatever you choose to do next, have a good luck in everything else. All right?
Appreciate it. Bye-bye. All right, up next is somebody who has been with me since the very beginning. Hey, friend, how are you?
Hello, Will. You all right, mate?
I don't know. Do you give your name out, your first name?
Matt.
Okay, awesome. Hey, Matt, how are you?
Good, yeah. I just wanted to jump on. First of all, thank you. It's been such a laugh the last year. It's been really funny. Seeing these truthers do everything but accept any kind of truth. But there's something I really wanted to clear up with you about when the time you was out there. Because whenever I talk to the TikTok flat earthers are probably the worst. But there's one in particular, Spurs Chemo. You might be watching. He goes by Gas Pressure on there. But he always brings up with me whenever I debate this topic that somehow is trying to blame you over that Steve character thing. You know what I'm talking about?
Oh, sure,
Steve,
yeah.
Yeah, so you were supposed to have texted Steve. I know it's all been discussed before, but I've never actually had a conversation with you about it. So what happened there?
Yeah, so I have to try to remember all the details. So Steve is from England, and he thought he came up with a foolproof way of figuring out if there really was a 24-hour sun by having me, I think, live stream with him. He thought the time zones were tweaked to mess everything up. And so he looked at his AE map and he said, if you live stream with me at this particular time, in his mind and in his model, the sun would have been set at Union Glacier. And so he was thinking they tweaked the time zone so that midnight at Union Glacier is not really solar midnight or near it. So I told him that we would absolutely do that. What happened was the first day we were there, when it got to midnight, we did a live stream, but that wasn't a live stream specifically for Steve. That was a live stream for the global audience that had been following TFE. We had over 4,000 people watching live at once from all over the world. And I even did mention him in the live stream.
I say that to I was watching that live stream because I'll get up very early for work in the morning. So I just happened to be up when you was streaming the first night. And you even referenced him and you was reading the chat that I was also reading. I've made all of these points, but the pushback I keep getting is if they'd have done that, I would have believed it. But because they didn't, then I don't believe it. You know, that's
and that's
anyway.
What we've learned is that that's just what they're saying, right? They'll always look for something to say to hold on to. Now, to finish the Steve story, he sent me an email very upset that I didn't live stream with him at the right time. And I tried to respond and say, hey, we're still going to be here for another 3 more days. That wasn't specifically for you. The world doesn't revolve around you. But it's still part of our plan. And I was blocked at that point by him. So we've saved that. We have all of that in a record. He eventually, so I tried to reach him via text because that's how he and I were communicating. So then I switched to email, and on email, he responded and said, even when I said, hey, we're still going to do this, he said, no, I'm out. I don't want to do it anymore. So he clearly didn't want it to happen.
No, this is what, I think he's obviously realized what was going on and thought, I've agreed that I will change my mind if this is proven, so I'll just avoid it being proven. That's how I took it. And when someone put that compilation together to expose him for the lies he was telling, that was pretty funny too. But yeah, I just thought I'd jump on and say well done. Thanks for the last year. It's been brilliant. When I was mouthing off about it at first, I nearly was like trying to take me. And then I thought, what did I say that for? I don't want to go there. Hopefully he'll find someone else that can go. And luckily, Dave McKeegan and MCToon and that went. So that was pretty good. Anyway, thanks a lot, Will. And I'll take care, mate. See you later.
Bye, Matt. Okay, I'm just going to go in order with how people have joined. So if you're waiting, just stay there. I see you. I'm going to get to everybody. I won't keep anybody too long. Up next is Rob Noxious. I don't think I know who you are. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can. Mr. Will Duffy. I was the guy who let you know Bro Sanchez was talking. We went over and talked to him. Had to set him straight.
Okay. Yeah.
Okay.
Was that when I was at the airport?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Let me tell
I just want to say that.
Let me tell that story.
Yeah, go ahead.
For everybody who doesn't realize what happened. So I was at an airport. I was in line to get food. And I think I got a Facebook message and it said, hey, Bro Sanchez is talking about you right now. I didn't really know who he was. And so I clicked the link. I started listening to him, and the stuff he was saying was ridiculous. So I got out of line at the airport, went and found a quiet corner, and I got onto his live stream and started talking to him at the airport. So thank you.
Oh, that was one of the best days ever. You know, thank you. But thank you for everything. I call you Will Thanos Duffy, the man who collected all the Flurfinity stones and then snapped his fingers and made half of Flat Earth disappear. You might have came in the Flat Earth late, Mr. Duffy, but you will be remembered a legend forever for the man that came in. You did more than NASA. We didn't need NASA or the government. We didn't need Eratosthenes. We just needed Will Duffy. And you came and you did what you said you were going to do, and you proved the 24-hour sun exists. There's no model outside of fantasy land that can reproduce a 24-hour sun. Will Duffy, you are the man, a legend. You will be remembered forever.
Hey man, I appreciate the kind words. I'm gonna tell you a quote right now that I'm sure you'll recognize right away, which is "I am inevitable."
Yes, I'm saying. Hey, I was in every Discord. I'm like a big time Thor on their side. I go in every Discord. Nathan Oakley's. I'm banned from all of them. They all know the blue mask. And I can tell you one thing: when you guys were down there, I made sure I watched, and none of them would turn the live stream on. And I would say, "Turn the live stream on. Let's watch the final." Oh, we're not watching it. It's not even an experiment. What are they even doing? We never said you couldn't go there. Every flat earther that you've ever known said you couldn't go to Antarctica. And you proved it to them, and they still won't accept it. These people they have to be trolls, Mr. Duffy. They have to be, because no one can be this dumb.
Yeah. Well, I appreciate it, man. Thank you so much.
Later, Will Duffy. Later, Final Experiment. Thank you for everything, man. I'm shot from the Globers, dude. You're the man, Will Duffy. We wish we had the money to do what you did, because that was beautiful, man.
All right. Bye-bye. Okay. Try thinking. I have spoken with you before.
Yeah, we did. We had a chat beforehand.
It's Bev, right?
Yeah.
Hey, Bev.
Yeah, well done. I think mission successful.
I would say so.
Yeah. I've ended up being banned from most of the Flat Earth channels as well for talking about the sun circles. It had the effect that I think you wanted it to have on the community. I mean, the way I see it now, there's 3 different groups. You've got the ones that deny the sun circle. Hopefully you should see Roger later. You've got the ones that have got the twin pole model. And then there's another one emerging, I think, that's just started growing with the 2 suns.
Okay. Thanks for telling me.
I was noticing you said earlier that you were doing certain experiments, right? Now, one of the ones I'm particularly interested in was the curvature.
Yes.
You did a thing. Which one of your experiments, your 12, was that one linked to?
Yeah, that one's called distance between meridians. And we measured the distance between southern meridians. On a globe, they converge, and that's exactly what happens. Now, Bev, I need to tell you something, which is that showing curvature actually happened back in 1946. Most flat earthers are not aware that there was a video taken on a rocket in 1946. Were you aware of that?
Well, I prefer to do it mathematically. Hopefully you'll be getting to hear about the measured flat destructive dichotomy later.
Okay, so anyway, curvature has been shown since 1946. The best way to show the shape of an object is through a photo or a video. But we did do a different experiment because we were pretty much on the ground the whole time. And we did show that the southern meridians converge. So yes, that is also curvature.
So that's a shorter distance between the midday sun, is it?
It's shorter distance between lines of longitude as you go south. And so this can be shown
and north as well.
Correct. North of the equator, they get closer together. South of the equator, they get closer together. And the best proof of this is actually flight times. Flight times get shorter the further south you go past the equator. You can do a full circumnavigation. Dave McKeegan covered this on his last video. You can do a full circumnavigation of the globe south of the equator. And the distance, if you look at the distance of all of those flights, is less than the distance of the equator. So in my opinion, there is no answer to this from a flat earther. When you get to Antarctica, the flight times are even shorter. You can reach the South Pole from New Zealand, South America, and Africa in a very, very short amount of time, around, let's call it 7 hours from all of those different continents. So flat earth has no answer for that.
Yeah. It's still 15 degrees though, an hour, right?
Yes, but the 15 degrees is a shorter distance because we're talking about a sphere. And something Wolfie 6020 taught me was that planes, which do not travel fast enough to do this, if they get far enough south, they actually can keep up with the sun. And that is because the distance between those 15 degrees is shorter the further you head south. Again, that's something flat earthers have no answer for.
Yeah. Well, I mean, it's completely opposite, isn't it? Well, depending on what sort of model they've got, it's a bit tricky to know that. They can't talk about it either. I think that's the problem, that you've made a talking point that they can't have anymore. So, I mean, do you not think the what you call it, the globe flat Earth enablers? Because the idea was to get rid of flat Earth, but what are the globe guys going to do now? Do you not feel responsible for that?
Here's what I'll tell you. They've been affected as well. Their views are down, which means their revenue is down. But I will tell you that even despite that, they've all been thankful to me for what I have done, which tells me they're more interested in stopping a lie than they are making money off of it.
Okay, well, 69 miles to 1 degree, we found that is a massive problem at the minute. You've heard about that?
A massive problem for flat Earth, yes.
Because that distance doesn't change, right? That 69 miles to 1 degree is the same, but like you just said, that it changed on the meridian, on the other one. I don't want to take up too much of your time, but that's going to cause a problem, isn't it?
No, now we're talking about two different things. So you're talking about a straight line going around the globe. I'm talking about the distance between lines of longitude, essentially east and west.
Yeah, the lines between longitude north-south is 69 miles. That's a straight line distance.
That sounds right to me, yes.
So, I mean, that's what you're now on the equator, where the Great Circle is also straight line. It's 69 miles also, right? That's reciprocated in the square.
Yeah, there's a
perpendicular.
Yeah, it depends on whether you want to take in the oblateness, but I do have a ton of people waiting, and I'm thankful you came on.
Yeah, thank you very much.
Okay, bye-bye.
Bye.
Tom, how are you?
Hi, Will. Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you.
I really just wanted to say hello. I wanted to thank you for taking on such an absurd thing. I mean, and watching you debate this absurdity with these people. You were calm, you were kind, and all the while they sit there and they insult you and they accuse you of their own bad behavior. And it was honestly really inspiring to watch you do that. And I know you're going to step away from TFE, and I'm curious if there's other places where we can follow you, and watch you do other things, or do sermons or whatnot.
Yeah, thanks for that. I have tried my best to be as respectful as I can, considering I disagree with flat earthers, but they're still people. I've been accused of a lot of things that I don't think are accurate or true. There's going to be something significant in the documentary that I don't want to give away, which is really going to show how I tried to kind of bridge this animosity and this gap between the two groups. But you got to do what you got to do. I think I've been called so many things by flat earthers, which I'm sure it's even happening in the chat. It doesn't really bother me. It probably would have bothered me in the past, but really all I care about at this point is truth, right? And so if somebody wants to accuse me of something and it's not true, I can't let that affect me. Why should I? It's not true.
Yeah.
In terms of following me, I don't know what I am going to be doing next. I'm honestly waiting on direction from God on that. And I want to have a clear message from him as to where I should go next. I will say this, if I do end up doing something else, another project like this or something, I will probably post about it on the TFE YouTube channel. So you can stay tuned there. I am going to be taking a group to see the total solar eclipse in Egypt in 2027.
Okay.
And so if anybody, I have a whole long list of people who are interested in that because they've emailed me. So if you want to get on that list, you'll hear from me sooner than later as well.
Sure. How do we get on that list? Or
Just
you're
send
going to
me-
post?
Just send me an email.
Okay.
Send it sooner than later because I'm not going to check this email much anymore. It's thefinalexperiment2024@gmail.com.
Will do.
Anybody?
All right. Thank you, Will. Have a great night.
I appreciate it, Tom. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Okay, David, how are you?
Oh, hi.
I just noticed you have an outdated map behind you.
Yeah, well, the problem with that map seems to be the southern sun.
Yes.
There was no talk of a reflected sun in those days. But you remember we talked, we made a video together, and you said, well, if there's a reflected sun, then the sun in the south must be upside down. Do you remember you said that?
That sounds familiar. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, it was upside down, and so is the moon. Yeah. It's as far as we know, it's reflected. So
Actually,
yes.
hold on. I'm sorry. We actually proved it was not a reflection.
Well, I'm afraid that's kind of difficult to do. Yeah, that's kind of difficult to do.
Well, actually, it's not. So Dave McKeegan took a filter, and I don't remember what kind of a filter it was. Can someone tell me in the comments, either MCToon or Dave? Was it a polarization filter? I'm watching the comments here real quick. It's actually really important. And by the way, yeah, the sun was actually rotated. It wasn't mirrored. All right. I'm not seeing any comments. We took a filter. We actually did this in Antarctica. Yeah, it is. It's a polarized filter. Reflected light doesn't show through a polarization filter.
Yeah.
So we showed that it was not a reflection. So that's not going to work, David. Not only that, all the other 11 experiments don't work on a flat Earth either. So this is 12 final nails in the coffin.
Yeah. Well, that's your 12 opinions.
No, it's 12 experiments.
Let me just say something, because I've got a global friend, and we've been talking for ages about this. Obviously, he's always adamant that the Earth is round and spherical. And he said, well, before you went, he said, what's your prediction? I said, well, I don't know. It's 50-50. Perhaps we'll get a sunset, perhaps not. Yeah. From all the videos I've seen, there's lots of speculation on it, and nothing's actually been proven. But if you want to believe that the Earth is a globe, then that's fine with me. If that's what you want to believe. However, what I said to him was it would probably take a year to sort it out. So we have to wait until next December to actually see, before the dust settles on this. And it's very funny because in February this year, we had David Weiss had on his show somebody called Dr. Shiva. Mm-hmm. Yes, and Dr. Shiva is a big political figure in America, and he's very intelligent, as far as I can tell. but he didn't want to listen to David. All he wanted to do was to say to him, look, let's do an experiment. And he said, with him, there would be a level playing field. Yes, there would be.
David,
we would take everything from first principle.
David, Dr. Shiva told Weiss that we need to do an experiment that both sides agree on, which is exactly what needs to happen. David Weiss would never do that in a million years, because every experiment will side with the globe. What experiment would you accept that is not a misrepresentation of the globe that would convince you you're wrong?
Well, it didn't happen like that, because we were waiting for Dr. Shiva to contact David Weiss.
Hold on.
He never did so.
Hold on, David. David, are you taking Flat Earth Dave's word for it that Dr. Shiva didn't contact him, or did you talk to Dr. Shiva?
Well, I tried to talk to Dr. Shiva. I got in contact with his political organization, and I did actually appear on his program, yes, on one of his webinars, but that was a bit later on. But what happened was,
let me tell you why you no hold on. Let me tell you why you can't trust Flat Earth Dave. Okay, what I'm about to tell you is so horrific.
David, you're not listening. You're not
David, hold on. David, we're having a dialogue. I'm not kicking you off. I'm not kicking you off.
You're trying to tell me
what you're
thinking.
David, David, I just want to tell you something about Flat Earth Dave. When I tell you this, you should never want to speak to the man again. No one should. I'm going to tell you how horrible of a human being he is, okay? He was told by Jiren Campanella that Jiren's home address was leaked because of his app, because of his faulty, leaky app that has no security and still has no security. Jiren told Flat Earth Dave in confidence, I'm now going to have to move because of this.
I know.
Flat Earth Dave then went on public record and said, hey, everyone, if Jiren moves into a new house, probably one with a pool, that's proof that Will Duffy paid him off. Now, David, you need to understand how horrible of a person Flat Earth Dave is to do what he did to Jiren. He put Jiren in an impossible situation there with a lie. So stop it with the Flat Earth Dave stuff. He's been exposed as a scammer and as a liar. He's a horrible person. You don't want to associate with him.
That is your opinion. Thank you very much for speaking your opinion. You know, you have freedom of speech. That's not my opinion whatsoever.
I just gave you information you did not know. I'm not even taking it into consideration.
Let me speak. Now, I tried to contact Dr. Shiva, but what happened is I got his CEO for the UK, his political campaigner for the UK, and he's called Michael. Now, he phoned me up, and we had a long chat. It was about half an hour about the situation, and basically Michael said, if you have well, let me put it like this. What he said was, if there is a deception, I want to know about it. Yes. And
okay.
So he was on board. He really wanted to know about it. And he wanted to get the experiments on the road. Yes, he wanted to get that going.
Hey, David, I've got so many people waiting. I'm going to give you one chance right now. Tell me an experiment that you would accept. Tell me right now.
No, I won't.
Okay, bye. Bye-bye. Sorry, that's a huge waste of my time. You're sitting here wasting everybody's time about an experiment that you apparently think Dr. Shiva needs to do, and you won't even say which one you'll accept. That's a huge waste of time. Okay, Elder Bear. How are you? Can you hear me?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yeah, are you the same Elder Bear that told Karen B I was wrecking Flat Earth?
Yeah, well, yeah, I guess so. I mean, she I was surprised that she didn't even know anything about the debate, that you were offering. Yeah, it seems that a lot of people live in their little echo chambers and they don't travel very far outside of their own little holes.
Well,
But yeah,
I
it
appreciate
was.
you making her aware of it.
Yeah. I mean, then after that, I saw that you'd emailed a few people, and which seemed to be pretty wise, so they couldn't say, "Well, we never heard from you." Nathan Oakley, who has announced himself as the king of flat Earth recently, he said he didn't even look at his email. He didn't even bother. But
well, let me interrupt real quick. I have to just do this. Nathan Oakley also seems to be a scammer. So he came out recently on his channel and he said, if you want to have me on your channel, you can pay me and I'll come on your channel. Here's how much it will cost. Here's how it works. And so Ranty contacted him and said, okay, I'm going to pay you to come on my channel, and he won't do it. So that's Nathan Oakley.
Yeah. I mean, he says he's poor. He's always saying he's poor. And of course, there is the definitive flat Earth reference book coming out soon from not Nathan Oakley. I mean, putting his name on the cover, and he told him to collect the money, and it'll be a legacy for his children to draw upon the royalties forevermore. But it'll be a book of claims. It'll be interesting to see how anybody can stand by the book of claims. But I mean, you said you've got a few flat earthers in the queue here, and I'm not one of them. I'm not a flat earther. I became interested in this topic because it came up in my life, and I thought, well, I need to go and find out whether the flat Earth is a coherent thing or not, or if it is full of the madmen that the media said they were. And it's been a really interesting journey.
Real quick, when you say
on.
you're not a flat earther, is that
Yeah.
like level Earth observer, not a flat earther, or is that like you're a glober, not a flat earther?
Well, I mean, it's self-evident the Earth's not flat. I mean, that's observably so, isn't it?
Yeah, but do you believe we live on a globe?
Well, I've never really had that in my life. It's I mean, in a subconscious fashion, it's there. And I think what's been about this journey has been, and what I got right from the beginning is, what do you believe and what do you know? And it made me kind of look with a bit more integrity at what I might say and what I might think, and well, do I actually know it or do I believe it? And this was, I mean, that came from flat earthers. That was kind of the main theme I got from that, and I came looking about the flat Earth because it was being offered as an alternative to reality, or an explanation of reality. So, I applied that, belief and knowledge system to what they had to offer, and I just started, looking into it. It's been quite a journey from Eric Debay to Dave Weiss, and then looking for something a bit.
Elder Bear, let me ask you a question that I've been wanting to ask flat earthers. Did you know we have a video of the Earth from a rocket from 1946?
No doubt there is. Yeah, I mean, there's lots of videos and images of things.
Okay.
Yeah.
So I can't find a flat earther that's actually aware of that, that's familiar with it, that's looked into it. If you don't think that that's real, what would be an alternative explanation of a video from 1946?
I don't know. I haven't seen it. It's the first time I've heard anything about it. I don't look at anything really. But it's. I think it's this. What in truth, what you know. I mean, and you can talk about the creator, for instance, but you don't really know. There's lots of things you don't know. There's lots of things we can't know, and we may never know, and that may be the nature of reality and the creator, or the universal energy and omnipotent force, or something. However anybody may describe it, so I don't expect to be able to answer everything. And
Sure.
but I do take into account observable data. So your visit to Antarctica, I look at and I think, well, God, that's interesting. I've never seen that before. But through the journey, it became important through these debates that an argument, a logical argument was was a good thing, a powerful thing to have. And recently I've come up with an argument, which is called the measured flat. Go on.
Oh, do you want to present it real quick?
Oh, I can do that. Yeah, it's called the measured flat destructive dichotomy, and it's come out of numbers that have been given. I believe 10th Man was probably the first to bring it through his study of celestial navigation. Gave it to Nathan Oakley and his crew and Wanda Moraes and all this, and you know, and I started to hear it and try to add up the numbers, and it didn't seem to work out really. And it became a question that's got me banned all over the place.
Can you give it real quickly since I've got so many people waiting?
Yeah. Okay. Hang on. It's the logical form is a destructive dilemma, and the flat earthers basically have said, many of them, that for every 1 degree angle measured to Polaris, there is a 69 miles flat Earth elevation angle derived distance along the ground, and that travels from the North Pole to the equator, and that gives us a latitude. This angle to Polaris gives us a latitude, and it's a circle, and these circles are concentric, centered on the North Pole, and they radiate out from the North Pole to the equator. And so for every 1 degree as you move away from Polaris, you'll get 69 miles. So you have 90 degrees between the North Pole and the equator. And for every 1 degree, you have 69 miles. So that's 90 times 69 miles, 91 degrees by 69, which is 6,210 miles. But they also tell me that the circumference of the equator on the flat Earth is the same as the globe, 24,901. And I thought, well, that kind of doesn't work out. So anyway, the destructive dilemma is if P, then Q, if R, then S, not Q, therefore not P, not S, therefore not R. So if the radius of the flat Earth from the North Pole to the equator is 6,210 miles, then the circumference of the equator must be 39,018 miles. Not Q, therefore not P. If the circumference of the equator is 24,901 miles, R, with a radius of 6,210 miles, then the value for pi must equal 2, not S.
Hey, Elder Bear. Hey, Elder Bear. I'm going to move on. I think some visuals would be helpful, but I will tell you that you described the AE map, the Gleason's map, which we've debunked. But by talking about having everybody be able to measure these angle measurements to Polaris, that's a North Pole centered AE map.
Yeah, but and I don't think that has been debunked in the minds of flat earthers. I think that is the picture that they still have. They say they have no model, but that's the one they describe. It's the one they've all described. And for all those people, 24/7 Flat Earth Discord, Nathan Oakley, QE, Meakin, Flatsoid, PJ, Ledwell, Sob, all those people who didn't have the balls to come and stand up for what they told me they believed in. I think it's pretty shameful. And,
I agree. Well, thank you. Thanks for joining. Roger Ledwell's up next. Okay.
Oh yeah. Shout out for Roger.
Okay. Thanks.
Take care.
Bye-bye. Roger.
Hey Duffy, how are you doing today? You got to mind my grandkids. They're going to be loud in the background for a minute.
Oh, they're great. You're the man of the hour here.
Yeah. Well, I'm going to invite you to a formal debate on my channel on the 1st. And we have all these answers for your questions too. So if you want to come over, you're welcome to do it. And I want to know one thing. Sorry, guys. Go. Hey, Phoenix, be quiet. Sorry. The whole point I'm trying to make is just come over and I can answer anything in a debate. We'll have a formal debate. We have a moderator. We have 4 different people on the panel. And I'm donating to a charity, dude.
Awesome. Thank you.
Yes, I am. I'm going to donate to flood victims and to hurricane relief. It's going straight to their channel on what do you call it? GoFundMe. Yeah, sorry, I'm a little exasperated. Yeah.
So Roger,
you're welcome to come, man.
Hey Roger, I have a question
I'm
for
not
you.
here to debate any of your points. They can be answered. Promise.
Oh, I'm not going to debate you right now.
Oh, I'm not talking about now. On the first.
Oh, gotcha. Okay. So Roger, I have two issues. I already have plans on the first, and I've made a commitment to my family that this farewell live stream is the end of it for me.
Well, imagine so.
Okay?
Yeah, that's pretty convenient, dude. But anyways,
Would you
you're
be
welcome to come.
okay?
It'll be open invitation. I'll be doing 2 different debates. I'll put another one on the 3rd. So if you're gonna go and do all this stuff in our community and not back it up with actual proof, besides what you've presented so far, we've been rebutting your proofs from day one. We got tons of people doing it. So,
Well, Roger,
you're welcome to come over. And
hey, Roger,
you took my GoFundMe and put it on your TFB channel, and I'm gonna leave it there. And I'm gonna say goodbye, sir.
Can I get other people to go instead of me?
I don't care who you get. I'd rather have you because you're the one spearheading this event. And I don't need any Ruhifs or MCToons coming over. They're welcome to come too. I have people that can handle their questions, no problem.
Okay.
Yeah. So I don't need a representative. I'm putting it to you, dude. Pretty simple. And I've been told that you didn't make any promises and hey, be quiet. All right, guys, be quiet. I'm sorry. I can't. Not right now. All right, guys, I gotta go. I got grandkids to watch. All right. You got my challenge. Be a man. Do it.
I'm going to send a lot of people your way.
Friends. See ya.
All right, bye. All right, now real quick, I have to say something here, you guys. This is cool. So I'm guessing Roger knew that I've already said this is the end, and so that's why he's doing this, which is fine. My family's way more important than any flat earther, than any debate. I'm gonna stay true to my commitment. But by the way, a very large YouTube channel that I've tried since the beginning to get interested in TFE, to talk about it, to have me on, just reached out to me like 2 days ago and said, "Hey, Will, you're doing amazing work. Come on our channel." It's Ruslan KD. And I just had to say, I'm sorry, man. Thursday is the end of it for me. So anyway, I'm going to stay true to my word, but I will say this, which is the final debate. I invited everyone, and the original 24, which I would argue are probably some of the top, if not the top flat earthers. I even said I would donate double to the Exodus Road if they showed up. So I incentivized them. Notice Roger immediately talked about MCToon and Ruhif. Those are 2 guys that probably would show up to this debate, who are 1,000 times smarter than me. And so there's the difference, right? I wanted the top flat earth apologists to debate me. The one person I wanted the most was Austin Whitsitt to show up. Everybody was asking if he would show up, and he didn't. And so do you see the difference here? And so anyway, I would like everybody right now to consider attending Roger's debate. He said he's going to make donations to charities, and you guys are all going to do a way better job than I can. He claims he has answers for everything, and he's got a moderator and other people. So please go find Roger Ledwell on YouTube and figure out when he's going to do the debate, and please show up. I think there will be dozens upon dozens of Globers there, which is exciting. The Copium Emporium, how are you?
Will, how are you? I'm great.
Good to see you.
Okay, I just thought I'd take a few minutes to come in and say hello. We've interacted via email numerous times over the past year and a bit, and I think you've done a fantastic job. You've had an impact on me, which I never really told you in the emails. You made me think, am I mocking people? And it's actually improved the way I communicate with some of the flat earthers around the place. So I've also really enjoyed the entire ride with you and all the people. I was very excited when I saw all the people go to Antarctica and actually see a 24-hour sun. So thank you so much for the experience, not being a participant directly, but being able to watch it as it's progressed.
Yeah, definitely. I appreciate you letting me know about that. That means a lot to me. Your emails have been great. The communication we've had. has always been great. So thank you so much. And I'm glad to get to meet you face to face here.
Yeah. We'll certainly be in touch again in time. So take care, mate. Really appreciate you.
Absolutely. Thanks for everything. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Eric.
Hello.
I'm not sure I know who you are.
I emailed you a couple times before in the past, and then whenever you hear MCToon say that he has an astronomer in the chat, that's me.
Okay.
So,
great.
Master's degree in physics, but research was all in astronomy. Used Hubble data before, and been following TFE stuff, and it's been really cool.
Amazing. Amazing. Yeah. Thank you.
I had emailed you because I wanted to know if you were going to sell any prints of your images from your drone shots that you had, because they were really, really cool.
Yeah. Are you the one that suggested that to me?
Yeah.
Man, I love the idea. Number one, I don't have time. That's a problem. Number two, I've tried to get rid of the argument that flat earthers would definitely use, which is that this was all just about money. And so that was another thought that I had. So I don't know what to do about that. I think I'm willing to maybe give them away and have someone else do it.
Okay. Yeah. Because for me now, I've since TFE has even started, I've now become a teacher for astronomy, and so the image that I have here for my picture is with my own personal telescope that I got where I am. So.
Incredible.
And so now people are asking me if I'm going to be doing prints of stuff. So.
Okay. Well, if you want to do it, I'm fine kind of giving it to you.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I mean, I guess I'll send an email to TFE if you want to send me that stuff. I've never done prints before, though, so it might be a while before I would even get that going.
Yeah, that's okay. If you end up doing it for your own stuff, you might be able to throw them in there. But yeah, send me an email, and I'm definitely open for sure.
Okay.
Cool. Thanks, Eric.
Yep.
All right. Bye-bye.
Bye.
All right. Crafty Sage, I don't recognize your name.
Hi, Will.
Hi.
Can I call you Mr. Duffy?
You can call me whatever you'd like.
Okay, yeah, it's the first time being on the internet, so I just want to say you did a good job in showing your evidence of the 24-hour sun, and I wish you all the best.
Yeah, thank you. I will say this, once we get through everybody that wants to join, which I love, by the way, I prefer this more. I'm going to be thanking a lot of people. TFE was definitely a group effort, and everyone came together and made it what it was. So I appreciate it.
Okay, cool.
All right. Well, thanks for hopping on.
Oh, thank you.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
All right. Is it Yino?
It is, yes.
Hi.
Hi. I wasn't sure if I'd get on. I've got limited time, so I just wanted to say that I've left Flat Earth as well, as in not I'm a Flat Earther. I used to have a lot of conversations, and I'm amazed at how calm you can stay talking to these people. It has so much time. I couldn't stay calm, so I've completely left the space. But what you did, followed it all the way with everyone else. So cool. I love the implosion you've caused on their end. And all I'd say to anybody is debates aren't going to fix any of this. If you can make one success, actually work with a flat earther to educate them properly. Debates are never going to teach them anything. It's throwing shit across the fence, hoping that flowers grow, really. But well done on what you did. It was amazing.
Yeah, thank you so much. Yeah, I think it's pretty historic what we did. Getting together, doing things in person, I think is always going to trump everything else. Debates, anybody can make any claims that they want. But I think at this point, most of the main flat earth arguments are gone. The AE map was a big one. The claim that you can't go to Antarctica was a big one. And the claim that there was no 24-hour sun, or at least no proof of it, was another big one. So I kind of think we've really chopped off the legs of their three-legged stool there.
Yeah, unfortunately, they'll assemble something from the remains, definitely.
We'll
But
see.
at least now they have to try and reassemble it.
Yeah.
Again, nice work.
All right. Well, I appreciate it.
Appreciate you. Thank you. And
Yep.
good luck
Bye-bye.
with your family and enjoy.
Thanks. All right. Is it Viz?
Yeah. Hello.
Hi.
Hello. How's it going? Yeah, I just well, as everyone else has said the same thing. I've only logged on recently, and they've all said what I was going to say, which is well done. I think you've made it. I think you've done a tremendous job, and I think by doing some actual science and observations in real life has been really helpful. And everyone has seen how to go and actually look at stuff and see it and make an observation and a conclusion, which is really good. Although it has been quite frustrating as well, seeing, especially Whitsit, I was a bit disappointed with, went all the way there, he saw it going around, there's only one conclusion, and he still can't make it, which is disappointing. But, it's been great to see Jiren turn around, and also he's a lovely bloke, and I've had a few chats with him, and it's been nice to get to know him. So, yeah, nice one. I actually make sundials, and if you make sundials, you just can't believe that the Earth is flat, because they just don't. I did try to design a sundial which would work on a flat Earth for Midsummer Day, but as soon as that day's passed, it doesn't work again. So you just can't do it with a flat Earth, because the sun doesn't behave; it only goes round, and you need trigonometry, and there's a graphical method to do it, which involves circles, and there's trig, which involves circles, and that's that's one of the reasons the Earth is round.
Yeah, that's a great point. Think of all of the different devices and instruments and equipment that is manufactured based on the globe, right? Like, for example, equatorial mounts would have never been invented if we did not live on a rotating globe. And so something I want to, if for all the flat earthers listening right now, please hear me on something right now. I hear flat earthers say things that are not on this topic that I agree with and that I think are points that need to be heard, but you're not going to be taken serious if you're a flat earther, because it's just an objective reality, the shape of the earth that we live on. And so if you want to have more of an impact and you want to end up being involved in bigger things like making sundials and all this cool stuff, that is going to be a hindrance to you. And so whatever it is causing people to hang on to this, once you let go, once you're on the other side, it will change your life.
Yeah, if you get a sundial which works at 50 degrees north and you turn it upside down and put the gnome on the other end, and it will work at 50 degrees south. Like, it's just an opposite. And it's also funny that South Africans and things like that subscribe to the Gleason's map. I don't know why they don't disagree with it. I don't know why they don't go for the one with the South Pole in the center. But they seem to like the Gleason. It's weird.
Yeah, I think that comes down to flights, because I think they've acknowledged now that flights do travel over the north to get to their location, where it's quicker to go north if you're trying to get somewhere that's east or west. And there's very few nonstop southern hemisphere flights. That's probably the reason why. But you're right. The sun angles, sunsets, sunrises, stars, all of that doesn't make any sense down there.
Yeah, and you look at a polar, those not freeze frames, what are they called? Star trails pictures. Whether it's north or south, you can see them going in a circle, not an oval, by the way, like they would be if they're on the ceiling, but a circle. And then as you get to the edges of them, they're quite clearly clipping the horizon, going underneath and coming back up again.
Okay,
that's a distortion.
That is a great point. So flat earthers do not understand this. They just don't. And the proof is they don't talk about it and they've never explained it. But star trails on a flat earth would only be circles if you were directly under the North Pole. For everybody else, they would be ovals. And every time someone films star trails, they are in a circle. So you're exactly right.
Yeah. Well, it's round. So anyway, thanks very much. Great to meet you. Good luck. Cheers.
Bye-bye. All right. I'm taking a risk bringing this next person on. Geocentric Truth, I'm going to bring you on. I'm going to bring you on so that no one can say that I didn't bring anyone on. So I'm going to bring everyone on, but I would ask you to please not swear and we can have a conversation. So how are you?
Good. And you?
Good.
Yeah.
By the way, We debunked the map in your background.
Perfect. Now, can I show my experiment that I have with a problem with the globe? I have visuals.
Sure.
Yep. All right, cool. Can I share my screen?
Yeah, once you share it, I can add it to the program here. Okay. There you go. Everybody can see your screen.
Right. So you see a globe, right?
Yep.
Right. So I have right here 2 flights. And I'm from the Caribbean, so there's Curacao, Aruba, and Bonaire from Aruba. So here's a flight that goes from Amsterdam to Curacao, and the time is 9 hours and 45 minutes. And here's a flight that goes back Curacao to Amsterdam, and Amsterdam to Curacao. The difference is 40 minutes.
Okay.
Okay. So here's my problem with the globe. I have a plane right here and a simulation on how this works. So before we start talking about atmosphere and any other things like that, I want you to address the spin of the Earth, which is this right here. I have a static line that, 1 second. Here we go.
What is your issue exactly? Is it the time difference?
Hold on. So I have a static line. So this static line right here, if the globe wasn't spinning and there wasn't any other forces applied to this airplane in a perfect world or in your globe, this flight would be assumed to be the same hours going back and forward.
Okay.
Right? It's very simple to understand. We have how many degrees of rotation in 24 hours? 360. But only in 9 hours, if I activate the rotation of this globe, this would be 45, this would be 90, and this would be 136, which is about how much the globe would rotate below the airplane at 9 hours.
Okay.
And with the static line right here, if I finish the whole rotation, the airplane's path ends almost in Japan. And I want Globers to answer this for me without actually reverting to the atmosphere.
Okay.
So with calculations and everything.
It's your lucky day. I can answer.
Well, before you answer, I have your argument already.
Okay.
So you're going to say this right here, that the airplane is inside a train or a car, which is absolutely wrong because the surface of the vehicle is not moving. It has to be something like this with this guy right here jumping forward on a moving surface from getting from point A to point B. And the point B is the apple right here that you see moving. So that's where he wanted to go to. But of course, if the surface is moving, he's going to get to point B faster. And the location that he actually has to go to left him. And right here is without motion. And that's point A to point B right there.
Okay, I have your answer.
Go ahead.
Okay.
Conservation of momentum.
I'm guessing you're one of these guys that thinks if a helicopter hovers long enough, the Earth will rotate underneath it.
The helicopter is not moving. The airplane is moving.
Well, hold on. Do you think if a helicopter is hovering that the Earth is rotating underneath it?
Right. Yes. You're trying to mention. You're trying to address the topic of conservation of momentum, but that's just a cheap excuse that you guys use to get away from the rotation.
Okay, hold on a second. Let's see if it's true.
Go ahead.
If someone was in the back of a truck on the highway and jumped up, would they fly out the back?
Yeah, well, actually, that's not the correct argument because the back of the truck is not the floor of the truck is not moving. It's the highway that you should be talking about.
It's not an argument. It's a question. If someone's on the back of a truck on the highway and they jump up, will they fly out the back?
No.
Why?
Conservation of momentum, but that still doesn't explain the rotating surface that moves below the airplane.
Hold on a second. An airplane that is on the ground and has not taken off yet, what speed is it traveling at?
Where this airplane is taking off, it's about the equator, so that should be about 1,000 miles per hour.
Okay, perfect.
Based on air model.
Okay, great. So while it's not flying, it's already moving.
Sure. Yes.
Okay, great. So now you've answered your own question.
No, that's not an answer.
Hold on. This isn't just your flight. If you
Well,
look
this
at,
is a specific flight. Yes.
no, hold on. Just let me get my point out. If you look at all flights that go west to east and then back east to west, you're going to find that when they go west, they're always longer. Always. It's not just your flight.
Well, what's the difference with this one?
I'm not saying there's a difference. I'm saying it's a constant.
Yeah. Well, I just showed you the evidence. What's the difference with this one? 40 minutes.
Correct. It's longer. And the reason it's longer is because jet streams only go west to east.
Correct. And that's why
Hold on.
the airplane goes faster flying from Curacao to Amsterdam and goes slower flying from Amsterdam to Curacao. Not due to the rotation of the Earth. Once again, you're not addressing the rotation of the Earth.
I am addressing it.
No, you're not.
Flat
You haven't
earthers
addressed anything.
Flat earthers don't have an answer why jet streams only go west to east. The globe does.
Oh no, we do.
What is it? Why do jet streams only go west to east on a flat earth?
That's fine. That's not the issue right here.
No, you don't have an answer.
No, you don't have an answer.
No, I do. It's the Earth's rotation. So the
No,
Earth rotates
40 minutes
to east.
40 minutes under a globe surface that rotates for about 136 degrees.
No. Hold on. The Earth is not rotating.
Going against the rotation? Yes, it is.
The Earth is not rotating under the plane.
Thank you for admitting that there is no rotation.
No. There is rotation. The plane is moving with it.
There is no rotation.
No. Okay. I said that the Earth is not rotating under the plane, meaning it's not as if the plane sits here, the Earth is rotating like this underneath it, and a plane wouldn't even have to use fuel to reach its destination.
What would you need for a Foucault pendulum to work?
When you say for it to work, what do you mean?
Yeah, what specifically do you need for it to do what it does? In the Foucault pendulum experiment.
Well, the reason that Foucault's pendulum.
The answer is rotation of the globe.
That's correct. The reason it does what it does is because the Earth is rotating.
Exactly. So why is there no Earth rotation below the airplane?
Because the airplane was already moving with the rotation of the Earth.
No, it's moving against the rotation of the Earth, and when it comes back, it's moving with the rotation of the Earth.
No. You admitted when it's on the ground, it's moving with the rotation.
Sure, yes. I would admit that. I have no problems with that. But yet, you corroborate the helicopter to the moving airplane, and that's incorrect.
Okay, listen. If you jump up in the air, you do not stop the movement that you had when you were standing on the Earth with its rotation.
Of course not. You don't.
Neither does.
That's why you neglect it.
Neither does the plane.
Yes, it does.
Okay, what stops the plane?
So you're saying that an average speed of let's say a 737 or a Airbus Neos or whatever, a commercial airliner would be flying at a cruising altitude of 500 miles per hour. Average. Sure. Yes. So we'll be going against the spin of the Earth, which is supposedly 1,000 miles per hour at the equator, which is we can translate it to 136 degrees rotation in 9 hours, right? And then we'd be going with the rotation of the Earth. So, but if we're going against it, what is the answer? 500 negative 1,000?
All right. Here's what I think you're missing,
or are you that Globy that will always say that the airplane is moving with the atmosphere?
Hold on. I think I'm gonna tell you what I think you're missing, and then I got to move on to the next person.
Right. There's no answer though.
You admitted
a single thing.
You admitted that when the plane is on the ground, it's moving with the rotation of the Earth.
I have not admitted it.
You did. People can
rewind. On the ground, yes. I'm so sorry. Yes, go ahead.
Okay.
Yes.
When the plane then goes in the air, there's nothing that has stopped that momentum. It's still moving in the same direction and at the same speed as it was with the rotation of the Earth.
But you guys always lies about not moving with it because the rotation spins in one direction, which is west to east, and that's it.
It
doesn't spin in all directions. You guys confuse the whole argument and get away with lies by saying that, oh no, it's the atmosphere, but you haven't addressed the moving surface below the airplane.
Okay, well, just rewind this and listen to it, and I think you might have an epiphany. But I gotta go. I let you present your experiment. I got to move on to the next person. Okay.
Finally. Bye.
Thank you. Okay. Now again, flat earthers have no answer as to why jet streams only go west to east. They just don't have an answer. So these things need to be brought up with them. Someone that shares my name, Will, how are you?
Hey, how you doing? I don't know a lot of people named Will, so this is pretty cool. We're both in the same place. I've got a comment and a question first. I'm a math and science teacher. Actually, I'm on the way home from work right now. I teach physics and algebra 2, and so this has been really fascinating to watch. I think that the observations and experiments and all the controls that you guys did, it's absolutely phenomenal. So, A+ from me, if that counts for anything. And as a matter of fact, one of the things that I've been trying to put into my curriculum is an Earth measuring experiment. And I have managed through some connections to measure Earth's radius with a school in Germany on the equinox, because school's not in session, on the solstices. And just in a couple weeks, I'm going to be doing that again. And I think a school in India is joining in. So seeing all the stuff that you did kind of made me think, wow, people really are into this. If I, reach out, maybe some people will want to join in. So thanks for that inspiration, Will.
Yeah. Do you need people to know where to find you?
Oh, sure. I wasn't going to plug it or anything because I thought that would be in bad taste. But since you asked, yeah. So I've got a YouTube channel and a website and all. It's called The Measure Project, like the word measure, but it's just a cheeky acronym. The logo looks like a spherical triangle because that's how we're going to do it on the equinox. So yeah, this is something anybody could do. But, being a teacher, my primary audience was, this is something that students could do. So it happens like this this equinox, it's a school day, so I'm going to be doing that during lunch with my students. But yeah, the Measure Project, if you look that up, and you'll see this weirdo on those videos. But yeah, thank you for that, Will.
Yeah, for sure.
But if I could, I wanted to ask this question because this kind of comes from my background. When I started my teaching career, I was at a Christian school, and so growing up as a Christian interested in science, there can be some sometimes some tension and some friction there. And when I started teaching, I knew, okay, I really have to look into these things, not just for my own benefit, my own curiosity, but so I can do right by my students and answer any questions honestly. And so I went through a process that a lot of other Christians have gone through, where they realize that stuff like young Earth creationism or Noah's Ark just couldn't possibly have literally happened. And watching the process of realization and shock and stuff that some say former flat earthers have gone through, it's been kind of shockingly similar. And so a lot of the time when I'm seeing you being a real truth seeker, right? I think you're being really honest. I have to, I've always wanted to ask, well, what does Will Duffy think about, if Noah's flood really happened? Because, you could do a final experiment for that. And if he was, invited to the Grand Canyon or something, would he go?
Yeah, I would go to the Grand Canyon. That sounds fun.
Granted, I'm not paying for that. I don't know how on earth you managed to do all that. That's very impressive. But, like I said, I don't want to make a big thing out of it, but do you have those kind of, scientific questions and stuff about, the early chapters of Genesis, or is that, I don't know, something that you just take on faith?
Yeah, so I currently accept a literal reading of Genesis. So I would say that I think the global flood happened, that there was an actual Noah with a wife and 3 sons and 3 daughters-in-law, and that there was an ark.
Right. All right. Like I said, I don't want to make a whole thing out of it, but you got to understand that is that gives a lot of us some pretty heavy cognitive dissonance, because we really honor the work and the effort and the expense that you've done into this kind of, like, you know, breaking people out of this mental jail that is flat Earth. But here you are, kind of seems like you're trapped in your own. It's really weird.
Well, I would say this: I'm willing to admit I'm wrong, and I'm also willing to make predictions. So I would predict this, that if the story of Noah is true, then we should find a genetic bottleneck as we research human genetics. So that's a prediction I'm willing to make. And if that's wrong, then I'm wrong.
That's fantastic. Well, in any case, like I said, I don't want to make a whole thing out of it. And this has been a great stream, and I don't want to bring it down. But like, I absolutely believe you that you would change your mind if presented with evidence. So
For sure.
From one science guy named Will to another, I hope you go find it. And I'm really pleased that you let me on your stream today.
Thank you so much. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Okay, Billy J, how are you?
Hey, Will. That guy did not understand a thing about Coriolis. I hope he looks up how planes are affected by Coriolis. It's not hard because obviously he has the internet, but I know he won't. I wanted to thank you. You know, this is the last time we talked before, and then I emailed you a couple times, but you destroyed them. Like, they are in shambles. This last year has been the funniest thing I've seen on YouTube in a long time. And I just wanted to ask if you had, like, good feelings departing from it, because it seems like, you know, dealing with flurfs for a prolonged period of time can get you down. So what do you think?
Yeah, I would say this. I think TFE was so successful because I actually took the time to listen to them.
Right.
I listened to their arguments. I spent so many hours just trying to understand their position. And once I actually understood their position, that is when this idea of Antarctica and the 24-hour sun came to mind. And so I think that's important, is understanding what someone believes. And then once you actually understand it, you can then really get to the heart of the matter of what would falsify it.
Mm-hmm.
I will say, though, that you are correct. Dealing with flat earthers has been frustrating, and I'm over it at this point. I have done my share. I'd say I've probably done more than my share. And if that's not good enough, the reality is nothing will be.
You did the most. And I totally agree with what you're saying. I mean, let me piggyback on that just a little bit. I think flurfs do have a mental defect. But I think also the overzealous globers are missing something too, in that a lot of us think that if we put words or evidence in the right way, we can change anybody's mind. In reality, pitting logic and reason against emotion is like pitting steam power against nuclear power. It's just not strong enough. So just the mere fact that you pulled 50 or something flat earthers away from it is a massive success. And I hope that you do have good feelings about it, and you should leave this silliness behind and never think about it again, to speak frankly, because you're a good dude. You can tell that. I think you're a good guy, and you got a lot between the ears, unlike the schizophrenics that you talk to from time to time. So
yeah, I do appreciate that. And you are right. I'm more of an analytical thinker. And so everybody's different, right? And so for people to, if they want to convince me I'm wrong, I'm going to need more logical, analytical arguments. But there's other people that need things that are more emotional, and that's fine.
All right. Well, best of luck to you moving forward. Take care.
Thank you. Bye-bye. Okay. Give me 1 second. I'm really so thankful for everybody. The studio, the backstage is full. I've never had this happen before, but we'll just keep moving through people. Lori, is it?
Hello.
Hi.
Yes. Hello, Will. I've been a glober and in these discussions for 10 years or so.
Wow.
And I'm from Finland. And the funny thing about that is, while you were looking at the 24-hour sun, I was in Lapland, and I got 24 hours of darkness. And it was really fun watching your streams as well. I wanted to come on and compliment you. One thing about you that I really admire is how you kept proving everyone wrong, because everybody was suspicious of you. Like, who is this nobody? No one knows him. What's he doing? He doesn't. Where did he get his money from? All sorts of questions, and every step of the way you proved everyone wrong. So, just wanted to come and compliment you. You did really nicely. And there's a Bible passage that I've been thinking relating to what you said just now, that even if this wasn't enough, then nothing's gonna be. In the Bible, it says something like, even if the dead were raised, they wouldn't believe. So sometimes people are just hard-hearted and they won't believe no matter what kind of evidence you give. Like, you went over and above, like everyone in the TFE, like 10 or 13 cameras and like non-stop filming each other. Like, the amount of evidence and the rigor that you brought was, what more could you ask for? And it still isn't enough.
Right.
So
yeah. Well, thank you. And coming from Finland is awesome. This just shows the reach TFE has had. I'm going to tell you a name right now that I really hope you're familiar with. Okay. It's okay if you're not. Do you know the name Timu Solani?
I don't think so.
Okay, it could be age. I could be aging myself here. He was an absolutely unbelievable hockey player, and he's Finnish. So
yeah.
I was a big.
It might actually
fan
be
of his.
also your accent, because you said it in a bit of a funny way. But yeah.
Oh, that could be. That could be.
Cool.
Yeah,
we are a hockey nation. Yeah.
Absolutely. Well, thank you for letting us know about the darkness, which the globe predicted would be there, and we knew was there. But it's good to have some eyewitness testimony as well.
Yeah. Thank you. Yeah. Have
All right.
Good one.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Taylor. Taylor?
Hey, Will. How you doing?
Good. How are you?
Yeah, good. Thank you. Sorry, I wasn't expecting to be on this soon.
That's okay. It looks like we're getting a tour of your house.
You are.
Okay.
Yeah, I turned the front camera on, but I'd want to just leave that off for now, just because I am.
It's okay.
I work in the military, and
okay.
I just wanted to say, as a flat earther, that I was following this this journey with you the whole way. All the videos that you put out, I watched all of them, except for when you first came back and you started doing the experiments. That's kind of where I dropped off. I watched everything all the way up until you guys came back, basically from Antarctica, and I just genuinely want to thank you for putting all the time, the money, the effort into putting this out there, because yeah, I agree, the truth doesn't fear investigation. And like, full disclosure, it hasn't convinced me to come away from flat earth. I'm still I think I was already a flat earther for many years, and it's not like I had much at stake in that regard, but I believe there's answers that can explain the observations. Probably not I haven't looked at everything, like you said, all the experiments that you've done, but there's ways that I think you can understand the observations, like the 24-hour sun, for example. And I'm not sure how I got onto this app, but it's on my phone somehow. You can get it from the App Store. It's called Flat Earth Pro. Have you heard of that one?
No, I haven't.
It's a couple of dollars. I think it's like $3 or something like that. And I've put in, maybe this has been debunked, I haven't looked deeply into it, but I've put in the exact coordinates of where you guys were at Union Glacier. And you can put on like a little perspective. You can put a little pin there, and you'll see that the sun, it actually models the 24-hour sun quite well. It models quite a lot. So I know you're not going to have time to do it now. I wasn't prepared to like have it set up here and show
That's
you.
okay.
But I thought I'd just put that out there for people to look at. Download this app. It's called Flat Earth Pro. Have a bit of a play around. You can actually put in lat and long, and it'll put you in the position of Union Glacier. You can put yourself. You can maybe pick up from my accent. I'm over here in Newcastle, Australia. You can put in all different lats and longs, and it actually explains pretty well how the sun can do a 24-hour rotation in certain times of the year in certain places. It's well worth looking into. And again, all the other experiments, I haven't gone through all the other experiments that you've done, but yeah.
As an Aussie, do you think the shape of Australia is that on the AE map?
So yeah, I looked at your final debate, and you brought that up. I had never seen that picture before. You had like the picture which was from like what you're used to seeing on Google, for example, Google Earth, and then you also had a like the AE map squished kind of Australia. I personally don't know. It's
Okay.
I've driven half of Australia, the bottom half twice, and it's obviously when you're traveling that long on the road, it's hard to really to know. I saw one thing I'm curious on. You had the lines drawn from like the top end and then across. Is that like proving angles of something?
It was
I don't know if
actually
you can pull up the picture that you brought up, but
it was just
so
a
people can make
meme.
sense.
It was just a meme that I saw online.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I think if you look at flight times in Australia, north to south versus east to west, and drive times, you're going to
Yep.
see that the shape of Australia on the AE map just doesn't work.
Gotcha. Yeah, obviously that's a bit above my pay grade to test that. But one thing, as I said before, the reason why I'm not showing my face is I'm in defense. I'm in the military. I'm in the army, and my unit, me myself, I don't have the mortars qualification, but we do 81 millimeter mortars in my unit, and the guys that have gone on do you know what mortars are?
Not exactly.
It's basically just think of like artillery. The round goes really, really high and really, really far. It can go, 9 kilometers roughly. I don't think the 81 millimeter goes that far, but mortars in general, they go really, really high, up to 9 kilometers high and up to 9 kilometers far, and obviously can shoot them in any direction. And I said to the lads when they've come back from those courses and they've done all the training, they've shot the thing live and they've hit targets. I'm like, do you, when you fire these shots, do you take into account the Coriolis effect? Because obviously we hear that snipers, when they're shooting long distance, they're taking into account the Coriolis effect, which is interesting. And every time they come back, they say, no, there's no way we could calculate for that. We just lob them up. So if you're thinking about a round that's traveling, thousands of meters high and thousands of meters far, shooting in any direction, north, south, east, west, and at no point are they inputting for Coriolis, it seems. And the flight time's quite significant, as you can imagine. It's like over a minute of flight time, traveling those distances. It seems absurd, and I'm not expecting you to just have the answer off the top of your head, but it seems absurd that if we are truly on an Earth that's spinning at 1,000 miles an hour at the equator, that there wouldn't be any need to account for that if there is a Coriolis.
Yeah, I don't know much about it. I have been told that snipers do account for it. I don't know if there is a difference in speed of the ammunition, since I'm not too familiar with mortars. But yeah, it's definitely something to look into.
Yeah, I just thought it was fascinating. Like artillery obviously goes, they don't go as high. Artillery goes a lot further, and they don't. You could presume, obviously, they don't account for it. I don't know that for sure, but yeah, it's one of those things. The other thing, I figured out, like, maybe you're just curious as to why I've watched you all this way and I'm still a flat earther. So I figured I'd just rattle off a few things. The Red Bull space jump, I think, is another huge one. When they open up the hatch and you can see that the flat Earth is, just sitting there, and then also where he was positioned and where he landed. If you look at how long he was ascending for, where he landed, all those things really don't make a whole lot of sense when you consider the motion of the Earth that would have been under him during that time and where he landed. I think I wasn't prepared so well for this. I only just woke up and saw that you were live and figured I'd just jump on. But yeah, he landed in a position that was completely nonsense if the Earth's rotating under him. There's a whole bunch of reasons to still question the globe. But unlike that bloke that you spoke to before, Will, there's absolutely no reason to question the Bible. The Bible is true. And yeah, if he's questioning the flood, and he wants to do experiments on the flood, then that's nonsense. There's so many good proofs about the flood, and I'm with you on Christianity and the inerrancy of the Bible all the way.
Yeah, it sounds like, I appreciate that. It sounds like to me you think that if you personally jump up, that the Earth will rotate underneath you and you'll land in a slightly different spot. Does that sound right?
No, absolutely not. No, I mean,
okay.
if we're assuming that the Earth's in motion, then that would be the case. But if I was to jump up right now, I wouldn't expect the Earth to rotate under me.
Okay, so you realize you're still moving with the rotation of the Earth while you're in the air?
Yes, I don't think it'd be detectable at that short time and that low altitude. I'm obviously only jumping like a couple of feet for not even a second. But so just to answer that, like snipers, as you said, you've heard that snipers account for the Coriolis effect. So a sniper bullet's traveling for, again, I don't know the stats, a couple of seconds. It wouldn't be a very long time, but it's traveling a very vast distance. And so it's not so much the distance that would be causing the bullet to be needed to account for, it's the time of flight. So it's flying for a certain amount of time, and then you also have to account for which direction you're shooting. Are you shooting, north to south? Are you shooting south to north, east to west? All those things would impact Coriolis. And it's a flight time of a couple of seconds. I don't think if you were to jump up, like assuming that the Earth is rotating under you, like the Earth's in motion, if I was to jump up, I don't think it'd be detectable. If it was, then you'd see the Olympics and other organizations like that are interested in gaining world records. They'd only be having long distance jumping tracks in certain directions to maximize the Coriolis effect.
Okay, Taylor, I'm going to move on, but would you do me a huge favor?
Absolutely, yeah.
All right, I want you to commit to this, okay?
Absolutely.
I want you to watch a video on Veritasium's YouTube channel called "Does Water Swirl the Other Way in the Southern Hemisphere?" Okay.
I love Veritasium's video, so I don't think I've seen that one. I'll get onto that.
Yeah, he proved that it does, and I believe he was in Australia when he did it. He also talks about why storms north of the equator and south of the equator rotate in different directions, and mentions why a hurricane has never crossed the equator. I think those are solid arguments that flat earthers have no answers for. And so just watch it and see what you think, okay?
Will do. Thanks, Will. Thanks for the time.
Yep, bye-bye. Okay, Mike.
Hi, Will.
Howdy.
Good, thanks. Just thought I'd jump on and say hi and thanks for what's been a wild ride.
Yes, it definitely has.
We communicated on email about our friend Mr. Henry.
Ah, yes. Okay.
And his dishonest Facebook posts.
Yeah, he is really quick to delete comments and block people, even if they just ask him questions, which I think is not a good sign. So
yeah, I also remember him saying that all his family would stick up for him. But funny enough, when I messaged his brother and his mother, neither of them did.
Oh, interesting. I didn't realize that.
Yeah, I'm blocked by all of them.
Yeah, I'm sorry to hear that. That's very common in the flat Earth world.
Yeah, I'm not sorry to be blocked. I'm blocked by Alonso as well, so they're in good company.
Yeah. Yeah.
So,
Okay. I'm trying to remember you. I get a lot of emails, but I do think I remember you.
I did the bottle labels for your Antarctica trip.
Yes. Okay. Gotcha. Thank you.
And I sent you the emails and screenshots from Hansy's Facebook before he blocked me.
Okay. Yeah, I appreciate that. It's there's a lot going on, and people like you who sent me that information made me aware of it, and I wouldn't have been aware of it otherwise. So I appreciate it.
Yeah, and it's quite funny that 8 months on, they're all still crying.
Yeah, they're in a tough position at this point. The biggest thing I think that I want to come out of this is for them to realize that the freedom they'll have once they're out of this mess, and they need to talk to the people who are out and who have already experienced it. So
yeah, they're all eating each other. They are literally eating their own. Roger Ledwell had a 2-hour live stream earlier tonight, and they must have spent about 20 minutes, half an hour, calling Bob Nodell a liar, saying how basically misrepresenting his 15 per hour drift.
Well, that's just false, but
and like the last caller, any evidence that goes against them, they just ignore it or call it fake and run away.
That's right. That's exactly right. Hopefully they see it one day. That's all we can hope for at this point.
I don't know. I think the argument has come that it wasn't anything sensible or logical that got them into this mess. So I don't think anything sensible or logical is going to get them out of it.
Yeah, that's a good argument. It really is. But again, I think a mind change happens over time, and it doesn't happen instantaneously. And I think all these little things that just kind of build on top of each other will eventually lead to others leaving. So I think TFE was important even for those who are not quite out yet.
I think it's quite interesting that if you look at the Flat Earth YouTube channels, like Hanvi hasn't posted anything for months. Loads of them I just haven't posted anything at all for months. Nachikita, his channel keeps coming and going.
Yeah, his channel's pretty much gone. Flatzoid's not talking about flat Earth anymore. Views are way down. The impact is definitely clear.
Yeah. So anyway, I won't keep you because you've obviously got a full waiting room. But thanks for what's been a really fun year, and I think will be a big influence for a long time to come.
Yeah. Thank you so much for helping along the way. Bye-bye.
Okay. Cheers, Will. Thanks.
Okay. I have a feeling I'm not reading your real name.
Most likely not.
What do you want to go by?
Doofus Manfred is fine.
Okay. Hi.
Yeah, I was just hi. How's it going?
Great.
Yeah, I was just having a conversation just today, in fact, this morning. So like 4 hours ago. Somebody was talking about we need more evidence in order to get these flat earthers to convert back to Globers. And I'm like, evidence isn't the problem. And then we got into the discussion of the 24-hour sun. I said, we had that before TFE. What TFE did, and this is to your credit, is it got somebody in the position where they couldn't deny it, which is on the ground looking at the sun directly. And the domino effect that came after that, it's like, well, Robbie Davidson was probably already evaluating some other stuff, but I mean, him and several other flat earthers that left right after that, it wasn't the evidence that was the issue. It was the conversations around it, the way that Jiren was treated after he came back, all of that stuff, all added together. It's just TFE was such a good thing for a lot of people, and that was wonderful that you did that.
Yeah, thanks for the kind words. It was important that we did it in person. It was important that we did it with flat earthers, and it was important that we took an actual video and not just a time lapse.
Right. Yeah, because I think that same person I was talking with was talking about cameras on rockets, and well, what about the camera that's recording the rocket that has a camera on it, recording the camera? You get to the infinite recursion of cameras eventually.
Yeah,
but,
exactly.
That was wonderful, though. And I had another thing I was going to say, but man, it's been a while. I'm going to let you get to the next person because it's
all right.
Yeah, it's a long wait.
Yeah, thanks for waiting, and thanks for letting me know your thoughts. And I'm glad it all worked out. It was definitely a big success.
Yeah, cheers.
Bye-bye. All right. Hi.
Hey, how you doing, Will?
Good.
So,
Don't recognize you.
You're looking at the name, good, probably wondering what am I getting into?
Yes.
So, real quick, you and I interviewed on X under the Helios name when I was doing there. We did a couple different things. One of the first interviews you did on X was through me and a friend of mine, Joe B. So,
Okay.
what I want to do is hop up and say congratulations, because to reiterate what everybody else said, you did a fantastic job of just debunking this whole nonsense. And as Doofus said, you put somebody on the ground as a way to deny it, and they can't. So, but besides that, the 50 some odd people who left flat Earth, you kind of disprove that whole mentality. Once you go flat, you never go back kind of mentality. So you added to that. And now those 50 people are back into the fold and are starting their own revolution of sorts through your demonstrations and your experiments to kind of bring other people back. So if no one else has said that, I want to say thank you for not only making it so now we have to find more content to go look for our channels and things like that, but at the same time, you're getting out of it as well. So congratulations for that. And I think that the success is well earned, and you definitely thought it out enough to where it's final. It's the only thing left is cope.
Yeah, I didn't want to come in and just make a little dent. I wanted it to be an explosion. And so I feel like that we did that. So it's me leaving is a bit of a graduation, if you will, but it does feel good.
No, absolutely. I've enjoyed the ride. I've met a lot of people through this. I started my channel because of this, to kind of pick up the scraps on some of the copium things with like Battle of the Beams and stuff like that. That's kind of where I've jumped in now, because of my background. But at the same time, I've met some wonderful people, and there's so much more to, I guess, tackle as far as misinformation goes on the internet. That flat Earth is just something we can all kind of kick to the curb and move on for that. So, while maybe not thank you for getting rid of the low-flying fruit, but thank you for at least reducing the amount of stuff that we had to deal with.
My pleasure.
Thanks again. Have a good
All
one,
right.
and I wish you the best of luck.
Appreciate it. Bye. Okay, let's see here. It looks like Jay.
Yeah, hello, can you hear me?
Paperclip Jay, yes, I can hear you.
Yes, I got 2 comments and 1 question that's really short. Why didn't you name this live stream the Final Livestream?
I probably should have. Good idea.
Yeah, so the comment, thanks for doing this experiment. Thanks for going to Antarctica and bringing back footage. I really enjoy just skipping through the 360 camera views. And it was very entertaining in November, December, and plugging in some wholesome entertainment.
Yeah, we've got a lot of cool video. The 360 video is really fun. And yeah, hopefully it'll be just a great resource for people in perpetuity.
Yeah, so thanks for doing this, and have a great day, weekend.
You too.
Bye.
Take care. Howdy, are you no longer a flat earther?
Is this me? Oh, awesome.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I can't see your full name, but it looks like you're an ex-flat earther.
Yeah, I'm TNN, Obsessed Patriot.
Ah.
I've posted a lot on your feed and on McKeegan's and everybody else. I was one of Jiren's. Well, I didn't get into flat Earth until probably 2018, and but Jiren was one of the first ones. You know, one of the first ones that I watched, and everything started making sense. But I know I've said it, I don't know how many times on your comment sections, how grateful I am to be out of it. Just like what I said last night, I said it's like a prison you don't even know you're in, and then you look back on it and it's just mind blowing. I mean, I'm sitting here listening to this guy talk about a plane over the Earth, and the Earth moving beneath it, and how that ever made sense. I can't even come up with. I can't even, like, it doesn't seem like that's even possible, because of course it's moving with the Earth, and of course when it goes up, it's, you know, if the Earth is traveling 1,000 miles an hour, it's already going 1,000 miles an hour.
That's right.
And that makes total sense. But yet a year ago, that was one of my main points, you know, was that, yeah, why isn't the Earth moving here? And they should be landing, you know, because people like Flat Earth Dave, they make it make sense. And I mean, for some of us that are looking for whatever that is that we were looking for, I found it interesting that Jiren found a commonality between a lot of us, and it was that we were searching for something. And that's really what it was. A big part of it. I mean, they need to do a study on it and try to figure out how we could be so fooled, you know, but that's what a lot of us were looking for, you know, having gone through some kind of traumatic event. And I won't share that, what mine was, but that's exactly what it was. And then you find your people, and you think that you really think they're your people, you know, and then this happens, and you find out that what you were really in is, you know, I just keep saying, I'm just glad I didn't make it to drinking the Kool-Aid, because something like that is on the horizon for these people, especially the ones that are true lying grifters. And one thing that I appreciate about your approach was that you allowed for both. You allowed for both lying grifters and the ones that honestly believed. Because there's some channels that don't do that. You know, anybody that believes flat Earth is a lying grifter. And that's why a lot of us didn't watch those channels. You know, it was Dave McKeegan along with TFE. I mean, when TFE that started, I was like, you got to be kidding me. So I'm sitting there watching Jiren in Austin on the side of the water, wherever in Punta Arenas, I think it was. And I'm like, oh my God, the sun is south of them. And that was the first, like, and then I started just looking through everything that I had believed, you know, because I was one of the ones that honestly believed. I was not out here to try to, in fact, I didn't even tell a whole lot of people, because I needed to protect my wife's job. And I had actually taught school myself for some time. And there was just things in my life I needed to just keep that belief. You know, I respected people like Jiren. I couldn't just go all out, you know. That's amazing to me. That takes a lot of guts. And but I didn't do that. So, and there was a lot of people that knew that I believed what I believed, but I didn't go public with it. Well, then TFE comes along, and that just blew my mind. So that's when I really started. It takes one thing. I know that. It takes like one thing to put a crack in the armor, because that's what we build up. You know, it is an armor that's very difficult to punch through. And I have people ask all the time, well, what can I tell my family? What can I tell my friends? And for me, I know it's that one thing. You don't know what that's going to be. So that's when I went to Dave McKeegan and I watched the video, the pressure gradient. That's what it was. The pressure gradient video, where he talks about, you know, at sea level, it's 14.6 PSI, you know, you get up to 10,000 feet, it's 4.6 or what have you. It just continues to drop. And what got me was, I was like, oh my God, it reaches a vacuum before you reach the dome. Like, why has nobody mentioned that? Come on, Flat Earth Dave, where y'all realize what you're saying? That we got like near vacuum PSI before we ever get to the dome. How is that possible?
That's right.
Because this whole you got to have a container thing would mean that everything would equalize. You know, if you have a can of propane, it's all the same inside it. So if we have to have a container, then everything would equalize within that container. But yeah, here we are with a provable vacuum before we ever reach the container. You know, and so I start going on a rampage, like trying to tell Flat Earth Dave, it's kind of like, because you wake up, you get out of the prison. And I mean, life has completely changed for me now. It really was like a prison. Like, you don't realize you're in the prison. And so, you know, I go on a rant like, well, surely, and I saw Jiren doing the same thing. 12 videos, like just the same thing over and over, like, this makes perfect sense. We know we were wrong, but this should make perfect sense to you too. You know, come on, what's it? You got to be kidding me. You're like the smart guy in the community, you know, and it just blew my mind that not only the lack of like even looking into these things, but the hate, the absolute downright. But, you know, for those that are looking for help, you know, send people to Dave McKeegan's videos. His were palatable, you know, and I get these other channels are for entertainment, you know, MCToon and FTFE, but not very many of us watch those channels because you can only take so much making fun of, you know, but then at the same time, it's arrogance because it's like, oh, well, I know something nobody else knows. Very few people know, and it's going to come out. At some point, people are going to realize how wrong they've been, you know. So a big side of it is arrogance. But, you know, on the other flip side, it's you can only take so much abuse, you know, with your beliefs, whether I don't care what it is, you know. But so we didn't really listen to those that often. I do now. But Dave McKeegan's was very palatable. It was, you could listen to it and there was no making fun. It's like he was really trying to show the truth. And I know he's brought a lot of us out, but anyway, that's a long story, but I just wanted
thank you. Your testimony is super important. People need to hear your story and how you got through this journey. And you're right. There is going to be something that will eventually click. And I think an important thing, which you didn't exactly say, but I think it's super important. You can't only surround yourself with people you agree with. You just can't. You have to, that's not good relationally, and it's not going to be good in your life. You have to surround yourself with people who disagree, because the reality is none of us have this all right. We're all wrong about something. And the best way to figure that out is to talk to somebody who disagrees and listen to them and really consider what they have to say. So thank you so much.
Absolutely. Yeah, absolutely. I 100% agree, because that's where I think the mental illness starts coming in. That's the only way I know to describe it. And it's because it's been hard coming out of it too, but it's almost like a mental illness, and you've surrounded yourself with all these people, everybody's saying the same thing. And then you just have to believe, almost like, you know, you can't not believe it. And I know that sounds stupid, you know, because it is moronic. But at the same time, when you surround yourself with nothing but that, then you don't stand much chance should you be wrong about something, you know? So, yeah, I love that point. That's so true. But I just wanted to say how grateful I was for everything you did. It's freedom. That's exactly what it is.
Well, I'm really glad you shared your testimony. Thanks for coming on.
All right. Thanks, Will.
Yep. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Okay. Misinformation agent, how are you?
I'm great.
We've
so
been
quick
communicating for a while.
Yeah. Behind the veil, let's say. 2 quick notes. First of all, everyone is thanking you for the experiment, but I want to thank you for not the science side, for the social side. I think this was one of the most interesting things that I saw social-wise, and maybe one of the biggest, because this is such a large conspiracy. It was interesting to follow. and you did a great job. Great entertainment during the debates. And I just have one last question. What happened with the movie?
Okay, thank you. Yes, I'll give everybody an update on the documentary right now. The documentary is still in process. I think it's close to being done. What people need to realize is two things. Number one, the documentaries are a dime a dozen. You only have one shot at doing a documentary right. Most of them fail. So this is not something I'm willing to take a risk on and mess it up because there is no second chances. Second of all, Jonathan Morandi is making it by himself, essentially. And so when you have one person working on a documentary versus a whole team, it's going to take a little bit longer. I've seen maybe 15 minutes of it, which is not very much. It'll be probably around 90 minutes is my guess. But he's working very hard on it, and I think it'll be out by the end of the year, no problem.
Great. I'm sure it will be on the level with your videos, with the great debunking. And this is all I wanted to say. Thanks for a great year for handling this subject.
Yeah, thank you. You brought information to my attention that I wouldn't have seen, so you were a help there. Thank you.
Glad to help. Glad to come here.
Okay. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Hey, how are you?
Very well, thanks, Will. How are you? You're hanging in there on this epic marathon event.
Yes, it's exciting. I love it.
It's really good. Thanks for opening it up to everyone. I just wanted to come on and say thank you. I started my channel just after TFE. I thought about doing it because of all the flat earth stuff that I've been watching for the previous years. But when you announced it, I was just like, I got to get involved here, you know, because there's going to be so much to talk about and say. As it was, I had a mini stroke partly way through that, so I had to stop the channel and I haven't been able to do much more afterwards. But I just wanted to say thank you and ask you one question. With all the debates that you did from the very beginning, is there any debates now that you'd like to redo now that you know more about what they're likely to be like and what they're likely to say?
You mean the debates I did in the past?
Yeah.
I don't think so. I really don't think so. This all started actually, people probably forgot about this, but I actually did a debate on Jirenism with Austin Whitsitt and Jiren prior to any announcement of TFE. And it was great. I got to bring up the 24-hour sun, asked them both if they'd be willing to go. They both said yes. They both went. So I think the whole thing played out great. So yeah, I wouldn't go back and change any of those debates.
That's good to know. I mean, I was just curious because obviously you learnt an awful lot as you were going along through the whole TFE from start to finish. You came into it not knowing very much about it. Obviously, you'd done your own research and found out what Dave Weiss and the likes were saying, but obviously you created this to make this final point, I think. You know, obviously people have been to and fro, whether it's experiments or not experiments, but it's a point that you've made. You've made a big point that there's no alternative to the globe.
That's right. Yeah, that's right. There's no viable alternative. As Jiren has said, the AE map was it if there was going to be one. There will never be another map that works. My personal, you didn't ask me this, but I'll just go ahead and share this with everybody. My personal favorite argument for the globe is flight paths. There is no argument for flight paths that can be made that makes any sense on a flat Earth whatsoever. You just go look at flights. You can follow them on Flight Radar 24 and websites like that. You can get on the flights yourself. I taught my children, you ready for this? I taught my children how to create any flight path between any two cities on a globe. And you can teach this to a child, and I'll teach everybody right now, and you should go teach your children and teach your grandchildren. So just go get a globe. Any globe will do, and get a piece of string or a piece of yarn. And all you have to do is put one piece of string on one city and the other side of the string on the other city, and then you pull it taut. When you do that, you now have a great circle route, and that is exactly where that flight is going to fly. the countries that the string goes over is where it will fly. The continents, the ocean, the parts of the ocean, that is where every single flight will go. And we have flights that have gone, we've circumnavigated east-west, we've circumnavigated north-south. Flights go over the North Pole, flights have gone over the South Pole. So flights are my favorite. It's something that everybody can do themselves. You can go buy an airplane ticket relatively cheap. And like I said, you can teach your children how to create flight paths with just string and a globe. Super cool.
There you go. See, you can't stop. It just proving the point every single time. I mean, I'll quickly say thanks to people like Dave McKeegan. Obviously, I watch his stuff in the UK. FTFE, me and him have spoken personally, so we're sort of friends on that. And obviously, MCToon has helped you out an awful lot in this as well. But for you, I just want to say thanks. You know, add to what everyone else has been saying, because I think not only have you kind of like made this huge point globally, but you've also presented it in such a good way. You know, there hasn't been any one-sidedness that's come obvious from you. You know, that's my opinion anyway. I've watched pretty much everything that you've put out, and you've always tried to be quite central to everything and be just observant to the facts. So
yeah,
thank you.
Yeah, I want the data. I want the data, the science, the observations, the experiments to speak for themselves. You don't have to take my word for it. It was definitely a real boots on the ground experience, and that's what it takes. So thank you.
Thank you. Thanks everyone as well. Have
Bye.
a good evening. Cheers. Bye.
Paul. Oh, sorry. Hold on.
Chad.
Hold on, Chad. I'm so sorry. I meant to click on Paul. I feel bad. He's right
No,
before
you're fine.
you.
Go ahead.
I'll go to you next, okay?
No, that's fine.
Okay. Hey, Paul.
Yeah, I just wanted to jump on to say congratulations on what you achieved. I followed it right from the very start before we even knew who you were. And I thought it was an incredible job what you did. The other thing I wanted to mention is the guy that was on before, the Australian guy that said he was a soldier.
Yeah.
Everything he said was wrong. I was in the military. And I think he's mistaken when he's talking about an 84mm mortar. I think he's talking about the 81mm mortar, not the 84. The 84 was the Carl Gustav, which is an anti-tank weapon. And he also said that the mortars travel 9,000 feet up into the air. No, they don't. They don't go anywhere near 9,000 feet up into the air. And he said they could travel at a distance of 18 kilometers. No, they travel just over 3 miles, about 5,650 meters is the range of a mortar. So I don't know where he was getting his information from that one, because it was miles out, absolutely miles out.
Well, thank you. This is the power of community right here. I am not military. I did not know what he was talking about, and so he's either wrong or something. And so thank you.
You imagine a mortar traveling upwards 9,000 feet into the sky. What's the point in doing that? Why would it need to go 9,000 feet up? They travel in an arc. So yes, the further you want them to go, the further you bring back the mortar to send them into an arc to get the distance. Now, to get 9,000 feet up, he'd have to fire it straight up into the air, which he still wouldn't. Did he say 9,000? Yeah, 9,000 feet up. He said it goes. You'll be firing it virtually straight up. It's going to come straight back down on you. And he certainly isn't traveling it 9,000 feet up into the air that way. It'd be a few hundred feet above the ground. And like I said, the range of them is about 5,650 meters, which is a little over 3 miles. So literally to the horizon is roughly. Mortars aren't long range. Yeah, so I don't know where he was getting that information from. But I like what you were saying there about the great circles, and that was a good analogy that you did on how to do a great circle. I've also got my pilot's license as well, so I understand all about the great circles. And my main argument, my favorite argument against flat Earth, and anybody can try this, is learn navigation, plotting on a map, and actually learn navigation. Then get a globe, which I've got one here. And obviously, the globes have got all the longitudinal and latitudinal lines on the globe. You then take a map, then you plot a position on that map and then go to the globe and see if it matches. So your map matches the globe. Then take the map that you've got and take it out into the real world and actually do some navigation with it. That proves that your map works in real life. You can navigate with it. And also take any map you want and then keep plotting them, different locations on the globe, and you'll find the match. So if you've got a map that matches reality, as in the world that we live in, and that map also matches a globe, the only shape of the Earth has to be a globe, because the two can't match. If the Earth was flat, then when you were doing the coordinates on the flat Earth, they wouldn't match with the globe, and they do match. So that's always been my favourite one to argue about flat Earth, is any globe and any navigational chart absolutely blows the flat Earth out.
I love
flat
it.
Earth out of the water, which is why I found it surprising with him being military, because I learned doing navigation in the military. Maybe nowadays it's all GPS and they don't do the actual, getting a chart and actually plotting positions on charts. Maybe they don't do that so much nowadays. But if he'd done that, he would realise straight away that the two don't work together.
Absolutely. Well, thanks, Paul.
Yeah, and I'd be sorry to see you go, because I've enjoyed following you since you started. It's been incredible.
I'm going to miss all of you as well, but it's definitely time.
Well, good luck with any other projects that you decide to take on.
Thank you so much.
You have a good evening.
Bye-bye.
Ta-da.
Real quick before I add Chad, and again, everybody, I see you in there. I'll get to you guys so quickly. Mr. Cheswick Music is in the comments, and I don't think he's going to be coming on. I think if he was going to be coming on, he would have already done that. So I'm going to go ahead and share an email that Mr. Cheswick Music sent me. Real quick, give me 1 second here. Okay. I'd like everybody to read this email. So he sent me an email saying that he's no longer a flat earther and that he used to be a flat earther for 10 years. And I'm really glad that I had some intuition about him and that he was actually lying to me when he sent this email. Because clearly watching his comments and seeing how he's unwilling to come on, he's actually still a flat earther. So this was yet another potential scam from a flat earther. And so Cheswick, you earned this yourself by your comments today and your unwillingness to have a conversation with me. So there's your email for everyone to see that you sent me, which was all completely a lie. Okay. All right, Chad, as promised, how are you?
Good. Hey, I just had a couple questions, and real quick, I was wondering if you could kind of say a prayer. I know there's a lot of division between globe Earth and flat earthers, so if you could do that, I'd really appreciate it before we get started.
Sure. You want me to pray for everybody?
Absolutely.
Okay, no problem. Heavenly Father, I'd just like to come to you today and just ask that you can open hearts and minds. There's a lot of people who have false beliefs about reality and false beliefs about you, your word, and your creation. And I just pray that people can see the truth. And so please help TFE be a light to anyone that is searching for truth. We pray this all in your son's name. Amen.
That was kind of backhanded. I expected that. It was similar on Flatzoid, but I'm not here to stroke your ego like everybody else. I know this is all curated, so I just had a couple quick questions. What about ticket stubs? Did you guys ever bring back ticket stubs from your little trip to TFE?
What kind of ticket stubs are you referring to?
Like the ALE ticket stubs, that other people have presented. You can go on Google and see them. They're everywhere.
Yeah, we have those. So Chad, here's the $1 million question. When we show those to you, will you leave flat Earth?
Will I leave flat Earth? Hell no.
Okay,
no way.
So then why would we waste our time, Chad?
Why didn't you do it already? Because you're going to put it in the documentary, I suspect now.
We actually already did. You just must not have seen the video.
Oh, okay. All right. What about passport stamps? Did they stamp your passport down there at Union Glacier?
Yes, they did.
Did they? You got to put that in the mockumentary too?
There is no mockumentary. It's being made by a flat earther, Chad.
I know. Is he still a flat earther, Jonathan Morandi?
You'll have to ask him.
Well, you should know. He's the one making your little production.
That's for him to speak, not me.
Okay.
Hey,
Well,
Chad,
anyway,
hey,
so
Chad,
another thing I wanted to address
if they
is that
stamped
I
our
think it was the trick.
passports, will you change your? If they stamped our passports, will you change your mind?
No.
Okay, so
I don't
why
think
would
anything you say is real. You would have done it already.
Then
But anyway, going
we
back.
already did.
Yeah, whatever. So in your prior little trailer to this, you said that there was a mass exodus of flat earthers, right? And
That's
then
right.
in the next breath, you said many flat earthers believe. So which is it, Will? Is there many flat earthers or is there an exodus?
Those two are not in contradiction with each other. How do you?
They're
not see
not. That seems
No.
weird. Sure sounds like it to me.
Okay, no, it's not at all.
All right. So who
there can
backed
be a
this?
mass
If I didn't,
exodus,
maybe
but
I
so
missed
many.
it earlier. You're going to tell us who backed this little thing?
I will be stating that, yes.
Oh, you already said in your trailer prior to this, you're going to tell us in this.
I am going to once I get through everybody in the waiting.
Oh, okay. All right. I figured maybe it was like MCToon or somebody like that because he's your only mod in the chat, I've noticed.
He's not the only mod in the chat.
Oh, it's the only one I've seen. But anyway. So I guess why wouldn't you spend all this money that you spent on this trip on your church? Like as a pastor, that's to me, I would put my money towards my church. And what do your congregation think of that?
Sure. So people choose how they want to spend money. And,
okay.
Right?
Yeah, fair enough.
So if you go eat fast food, I could ask you why you didn't give that money to your church, but that's not.
I don't eat fast food, but anyway.
Okay, but you get my point, right?
Yeah, I get your point.
My church was not a fan of my project at all. And they have now changed their tune, seeing how successful it was. And
really?
realizing,
are you going to have people from your church say that anywhere?
Some of them already have on YouTube.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Fair enough.
Okay.
What about, when did you come into this whole thing? Like, when did you, into flat earth, globe debate, all that? When was that? I must have missed that.
The first time I even knew flat earth was a thing was around August of 2021 when a friend of mine posted about it on Facebook.
Really? Okay. So you being Bob Enyart's producer, you had no knowledge of flat earth prior to that?
I did not, no.
Really? No one, Bob, that's your mentor? Bob Enyart's your mentor, and you didn't know anything about flat earth prior to that?
That's correct. So
that sounds crazy to me, but that's just me, my opinion. Sorry.
You guys are poor researchers.
Okay. Then how'd I know that?
And when he did his thing, I was not working for him.
Oh, okay. That just seems weird that you'd be tied and call him, in your own words, your mentor, and not know anything about flat earth. No, I know what Bob Enyart was about because I'm a poor researcher, but you didn't know. Got it.
Okay. So what point are you making?
Huh?
What point are you trying to make here?
My point is that, like, I think you're full of crap. I think you're just a salesman. I don't think that you really have anything to do with any of this. You're backed by somebody, probably the people that you ripped off in all your little escapades with your venture capitalism or whatever it is you did before. But anyway.
Hey, Chad,
so, yeah.
I'm going to give you some credit right now. You are correct. Someone was behind this.
Yeah, I bet. Probably the courts that you owe settlements to all your clients that you ripped off would be my guess.
It's not. I'm going to tell everybody who was behind this.
All right, good. Let's hear it.
I'm not going to do it right now.
Oh, okay. Well, I'll listen. I'll make sure to hear it.
Okay. Hey,
so
Chad,
real quick before I leave, if I could.
Hold on. I'm not kicking you out. Do you I've been searching for something and I can't find it from the entire flat earth community. Do you have any actual evidence the earth is flat?
I don't care about any of that, dude. I really don't. You're going to ask, everything you do is curated, right? Everything you do is curated. This is a question from like MCToon or somebody like that. It's not you. This ain't coming. You're just the puppet, dude.
Okay. So that doesn't matter. If you don't have evidence for a flat earth, then you shouldn't believe in it.
Why does it matter? That's a question I have for you as a pastor. Why do you care? Why do you care so much as a pastor that a group of people fail? Do you care that I fail, or do you care that I succeed?
I care that you come to know the truth. That's a passion of mine.
Okay. And what is the truth in your opinion?
In this debate, the truth is we live on a globe.
Oh, okay. Why is that so? Why are you so passionate about that? Are you willing to concede that you might be wrong? I mean,
I'm passionate about truth in general.
Okay.
And when I see people, mostly in the church, talking about the fact that we live on a flat earth, that affects me emotionally. And so I did this as a ministry for the kingdom, but also for mankind in general, so that we can just stop this flat earth nonsense. It's not helping anyone. It's only hurting people.
Most people, like if you go ask the average person outside of YouTube, nobody even cares about this thing. The ALE, the TFE, nobody even cares. It's just you and these people. But anyway,
Okay.
real quick before I leave, I
Yes.
want to say rest in peace to Zulu, one of the great ones on Flat Earth, and go visit Sovereign Soul Unchained Mind, Roger Ledwell, Ironworks 92,000, Justin Johnson, Tinfoil Sombrero. There's a bunch of good Flat Earth channels to go visit. So that's all I really wanted to say before I left. Geocentric Truth was on here. He's got a great channel you can go check out. Burn the Corporate Fiction. David Banner, Creality, Jesus Saves. There's a bunch. Just go check them out. We're not really going anywhere, but I know that all the people that you chose to go on this trip were big channels and they were flip-floppers to begin with, the Jirens, the White Sits and whatnot. You picked them on purpose. So peace out, Will. Hopefully I don't see you here anymore.
Hey, Chad, I didn't pick Austin and Jiren.
Oh, okay. Sure you didn't.
That was put to a vote by flat earthers. Flat earthers
Well, how come I wasn't in on that vote?
I've never heard of you. Do you have a YouTube channel?
No, I don't do content.
Okay, well, then I wouldn't know you exist. So
yeah, exactly.
Yeah, so
I'm a nobody, dude. I'm just a nobody that doesn't do research, that doesn't know anything about anything.
Flat earthers actually chose Flat Earth Dave, and he declined a free trip to Antarctica, which is all
smart on his part.
It's all anybody needs to know. No one will ever take him serious ever again.
No one takes you serious.
I don't know about that.
I do.
The Jerusalem Post does.
What? The Jerusalem Post? Are you freaking serious?
I'm dead serious. When
okay, Rabbi Shmuley
live streamed from Antarctica at midnight, the Jerusalem Post covered it. So that's kind of a big deal.
So did you bring back like any mementos from there? Like any souvenirs, anything? Like
yes, we did.
What did you bring back?
Clothing.
Clothing. What, a t-shirt?
Lots of clothing actually. You can only purchase it at Union Glacier. You can't get it
made out of penguins?
Anywhere else. No.
Oh, okay. Thank God.
Hey, Chad, I know you're not going to believe me, but I do care about you.
Oh, thank you. I appreciate that.
And I'm going to make you a promise right now. We'll probably never see each other again. I promise you, your life is going to be better when you get out of Flat Earth.
All right. Okay.
It will change your life.
All right.
Okay.
Thank God for that.
All right, man.
Thank God we had this moment together.
I do thank him for this, actually.
Okay. Well, go spend some money on your church. All right.
Will do.
All right. Are you going back to your congregation? Are you going to start doing that again? Because you haven't done that the whole time you've been doing this.
Well, that's a good point. So
it is a good point.
It has been distracting, which is why I'm ending TFE.
It's probably a good idea. Get back to your duties, buddy.
All right. Thanks, Chad.
Yep.
Bye. Okay. Let's see here. Streamer. Hi.
Hey.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can.
Hi.
Hi. Hey, I have a question regarding the TFE Golden Ticket event. Like when Jiren informed you about the offer being fake, approximately 3 or 4 days before before you released the live stream, why did you not cancel it at the time? Instead, you continued with the event and even selected a winner. Was this because canceling it would allow flat earthers to accuse you of being dishonest or untrustworthy, or you already had a sponsor? What was the reason?
Okay, so everybody, I'm exposed. I am caught red-handed. All right, so I've never stated this publicly, but I will admit to it right now. I don't believe your timeline is correct, but I did know that it was a scam prior to our live episode where I chose who won the golden ticket. And I'm going to tell you exactly why I did it the way I did it. I felt so bad at that point in time and guilty to some extent for not doing better due diligence that I had all of these people believing and excited. We lost him for some reason. Streamer, I don't know where you went, but if you want to come back, I'll let you back on. I felt so bad that I had these people, their hopes up, and they thought they had a legitimate chance at going and that someone was going to pay for it. I made a decision that I didn't tell anybody about because that would have been risky, but I made a decision that I had to go through with it. And I knew I was going to offer a crowd fund and see if the crowd would come together. And if not, I was going to pay for it. And so that's the reason I went through with it. And everything, again, went great. Lisbeth was chosen and we ended up crowdfunding for her and she went. And I think that that's great. And again, it was a flat earther that did that, which I think is not a good look for the flat earth community. And now we get to talk to my man, Nick.
What's up, Will? Can you hear me?
Yes, sir. Thanks for waiting.
Awesome. Hey, you're welcome. Thanks for having this little thing. I'm glad I caught it too.
Yeah.
But yeah, I just want to say thanks. Thank you for all that you've done. And you didn't have to do that. Like the Cowardly Lion was saying 2 callers ago, the guy that looks like the guy from Wizard of Oz. But, I mean, you could have put the money into your church. You could have built a new parking lot or done something like that, but that wouldn't have helped me. That wouldn't have helped a lot of these other people. So, I just really appreciate what you did because I always knew that the Flat Earth was a clown show, but it's like once you're in it, it's hard to get out. And what you did is you provided the off-ramp. Like, so I really appreciate you doing that. And like I said, you didn't have to do that for anybody. You didn't, you didn't get any benefit out of it really, other than knowing that you helped people. But yeah, you really helped me, and I know you helped a lot of other people. So I just appreciate that, selflessness. There's not hardly any of that in this world anymore. Everybody's just doing stuff for themselves. So for the fact that you did that is just, man, I just really respect you for doing that. It was amazing. And I haven't really said this before to anybody, but the ability to change, to get out of the flat earth, it like gave me courage to change other things in my life. And I smoked weed for 30 straight years from the age of 17 to 47. And shortly after leaving Flat Earth, I got the courage to stop smoking weed. And I'm going on, today's my 7-month anniversary. I stopped on January 28th. So,
Congratulations.
yeah, I mean, it's been amazing. Like, I feel like I've got my mind back, got my lungs back, feel so much more in control of everything. And I just think that getting out of Flat Earth, I know it really doesn't have anything to do with it, but it's just that ability to change things in your life that you didn't think you were ever going to change. I mean, before TFE, man, there was nothing anybody could have really told me. Like told me. That's why I really appreciate what you did is you showed it. You put your money where your mouth is. You took people down there, and like I pretty much knew it was over instantly. I mean, I knew it was over before you guys even got to Antarctica. You could see the South, from South America. You could see it. I was like, oh man, that's not doing what it needs to be doing on the flat Earth. It's totally backwards. It's not going to work. So it didn't take long at all. I pretty much knew it was game over, but just amazing, man. I just wish there was more people like you in the world, that take that extra step to help people. And then what you did for the Exodus Road too, man, I love it. I love it, bro. I love it so much. Thank you so much.
Thanks, Nick. So I want to tell you something. Everybody, this is Nick Havoc. You can look him up on YouTube. His last name is Havok. Nick, I want to tell you that you will never know the importance and the reach that your testimony has had by you talking about it on YouTube. I think having flat earthers hear from ex-flat earthers might be the most important thing that they can do, because it's somebody that understands them, that's been in their shoes, that can truly empathize with them. And so I want to encourage all of you who have left flat earth to make your stories known, tell your testimony, share it, because there's people that need to hear it. So Nick, you were one of the first that just came out publicly and started talking about what you were thinking and how this whole change of mind came about. And I'm really appreciative of that.
Yeah, thank you so much too. And one of these days, I'm going to come down there. You're about an hour away. Your church is about an hour away, just down south. I am going to come down there one of these days and just to shake your hand.
Awesome.
I really appreciate it, man.
I look forward to it.
Thanks so much. Thanks for having me on.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Okay, next we're going to go to somebody that everybody knows and was an absolute crucial part of TFE. And we're going to go down under. CT, how are you?
Yeah, great. Thanks, Will. How are you?
Good, good. Just so everybody knows, this is Critical Think. Please look him up on YouTube, subscribe to him. He was such an amazing part of what we did.
Yeah, so, Will, like everybody else, I'd like to thank you for putting on the whole TFE thing. Look, that was an amazing feat that you pulled. It was useful. Gave me the opportunity to do the trip of a lifetime. As soon as I heard about it, I said, I have to go. And I was really lucky at it. I still had some money to be able to put towards this because I've been through a tough time and somebody cleaned me out of all my cash, but I got to spend that cash before they got it. And
right.
and the trip's fantastic. And, oh, look, we're seeing that Chad speaking a little bit earlier, it was so interesting because he was so confident about everything. And of course, I was there. I witnessed with my own eyes. I know it's all real. And then he's there going, yeah, right. Yeah, we know it's fake. Yeah. Of course. And everybody was chosen because of their big name channels. Hello? Not a big name channel, but I was there.
Right.
And Nick was just on. He loved my experiment. He loved my experiment, which is really good. It was incredible to be able to.
I have a friend, and he said your experiment was his favorite out of all 12.
Yeah. So for the people who understand the experiment, all right, they'll get it. They'll get it because it's a little bit difficult to understand. But you got to, and some of the flat earthers, of course, the flat earthers don't understand it either. And see, I made the prediction of what the weight should be before we arrived in Antarctica. How did I know? I've never been to Antarctica before.
Right.
How would I know what it would weigh? And how significant is that?
That's right.
And the other thing, got to fly across the Southern Pacific, QF-27, QF-28. That was an amazing thing. And, I loved the trip. Thanks for putting it on. I mean, I don't know. This is just such a fantastic opportunity, and well done. Will.
Yeah, I want to let people know sometimes it's hard to find Critical Think on YouTube. So the best way I do it is youtube.com/@criticalthink. That's the easiest way to, I think, find the channel. And then CT, there's a channel, I forget the name, but I want to plug it. There's a channel that's going to be doing a fundraiser to help you recoup some of the costs of the trip.
Yes, there is. No, I forgot the name too.
Is it something Van?
Okay, you got to. I can look it up. Can I look it up?
Yeah. Please look it up. I want everybody to be a part of it. But just realize, everyone, that CT largely paid for this trip out of his own pocket. He's had things go on in his personal life that have been tough. And so it'd be really great if everybody could get together. And if a lot of us just kind of chip in a little bit, it would help him tremendously.
Yeah.
I think, is it DP Debunks doing it?
Yeah.
That's right.
Yeah. So
I was thinking of a different channel for some reason.
DB Debunks sounds good to me.
Yeah, DP Debunks is going to be doing that.
And
Somebody just put a link to his channel in the description.
Yeah.
No.
So some people say I had nothing to do with that. This guy just come up with that by himself, which was absolutely fantastic. And I'm thanking everybody from the bottom of my heart for that. And this will be great. It's coming up soon. And I hope I can resurrect the GoFundMe a little bit, and we'll have a great time. I've already done a couple of interviews, and we'll see how that goes.
Awesome. Well, thanks for joining and thanks for participating. Your experiment was phenomenal, and you took the flight. Like, that's like the #1 talked about flight in the history of the Flat Earth debate. So you proved it. You filmed the whole thing uninterrupted. So thank you so much.
No worries. It was a pleasure. Thank you, Will.
Yes. All right. Talk soon. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Okay. Earth is
Oh,
life. How are
I
you?
made it. Can you hear
Yes. Thanks for waiting.
me? I finally made it. What's up, Will?
Hey, good to talk to you. You've been around this game a bit longer than I have.
I have. I've been a while. I've been around a while. I just want to say thank you because listen, we've been trying to get flat earthers to go to Antarctica for a long time, and for you to just come out of nowhere and decide, you know what? I'll pay for you to go. How about that? It's just awesome. And then the fact that as soon as you said that, they all kind of scattered like, oh, really? Oh, okay. Oh, no, I'm not gonna go. I'm not gonna go. No, I'm not going. So it was hilarious to watch. Yeah. Yeah, like I said, we've been talking about this for years. I mean, even when Jose used to do his streams, we would talk about it. We would present evidence. We would show the 24-hour sun videos. But of course, every single one of them had to be fake, you know. But yeah, that's all I wanted to say, man. I just wanted to congratulate you and thank you. But yeah. Also the military guy that was on earlier, yeah, completely wrong. I mean, there's literally documents that tell like some of the military guys, like the mortarmen, that they have to account for curvature. It's literally in the documents. So I mean, I don't know what he's talking.
Yeah.
Also,
by the
I'm
way,
sorry,
I've used information from your channel and in your videos. So thank you for what you've done as well.
Cool. Yeah, I got a small channel. It's not. I do what I can. I know some of the other channels, some of the bigger channels, they get more traffic. So I do what I can when I can. I saw that Doofus was on here earlier. Shout out to Doofus. We were having a conversation earlier on Discord with another flat earther. I forget what he was talking about, but yeah. What else did I want to say? Yeah, a lot of flat earthers they're just kind of terrified to come out of their little their echo chambers. Like, we have a Discord server where flat earthers come and we have conversations with them, but a lot of them don't really come back anymore. They all scurry away to their other channels and they don't want to. What's going on, flat earthers? I mean, you guys have the truth. Come tell us the truth. Come tell us.
Yeah. Have you noticed flat earthers have essentially stopped debating since TFE?
Yeah, because there used to be a lot of like a lot of debates on modern day debates, and you don't really see those anymore.
Yeah, I think that the debates are going to slow down significantly. I think the big debaters like Austin will stop debating because there's just no answers for all of this.
Yeah, they're terrified. The ones that say they're not terrified, they're just denialists. That's fake. That's not real. That's fake. Oh, it's all CGI, but it is what it is.
Yeah. Hey, one quick question for you. The picture behind you looks a little tragic. How many people died?
Yeah, I mean, that wave would have to be pretty high, wouldn't it?
Yes. It's the curvature, but they won't accept it.
Yeah. I've taken when I was in Hawaii. I took a lot of these pictures, and then I get a lot of explanations for them. Well, explanations like, oh, it's the atmosphere. It's the because you only took it in the daytime, or it's a wave, or it's shoaling, or all these things. But I'm like, okay, well, I took this picture, but I also took the picture from the opposite, looking from the opposite direction, so you can see the curve in that direction also. So, and there's an island back there. There's a beach back there. You know, oh, and if you ever get a chance, Will, you should check out Hawaii. I'm not sure if you've been there before. It's pretty nice.
Hawaii?
Yeah,
I have. I've only been to Kauai.
Kauai. Okay, I
And
lived in
I love it.
Oahu. I lived in Oahu for like 5 years because I am in the military.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, Hawaii is one of the most beautiful places on earth.
Yeah, I loved it when I was there. But I'm not going to hold you up too much. I'm pretty sure there's a lot of people that are trying to get on. So, but yeah,
Thank
thanks
you.
a lot, Will, for putting this on, man. It would be cool if this year you could maybe do it again, or if someone else decides to do it again and take some other flat earthers that are still kind of out there pushing this. But I mean, I don't know. We'll see.
All right. Thanks, man.
Yep. Thank you.
Bye-bye. Tim. Oh boy.
Oh, hi, how you doing?
You look familiar.
Yes, good to chat with you on a more honest basis. I just want to go over a couple things. I don't think you ever came into contact with me. I pretty much started with Flat Earth, like watching Jiren, Mark Sargent back in like 2014, and we come at it with um, different aspects. You were more on the religious side, and I was more on the conspiracy side. So I've been in conspiracies for long time, all the usual ones. And this one started coming up. And so I kind of took it upon myself to spend probably 7 years trying to help people out of it. And I almost got caught myself. It was about probably 2 weeks that I was looking into it. And I think I went and got a bunch of books. I was living in Denver at the time, got a bunch of books, and astronomy was the killer in me. The two celestial points, equatorial star trails, that kind of stuff. I mean, it was just over at that point for me. But I did start to, in my personal opinion, it was kind of a conspiracy to, like a psyop, basically, to um, kind of take note off of other ones that might be legitimate, might not be. So that was a lot of my point towards the beginning. I spoke with Jiren, and I mean, hundreds, if not thousands of hours to flat earthers. I even moved out here to Salt Lake in 2018, got a P900, got a drone, and did a bunch of observations,
Wow.
basically looking at Salt Lake on the Great Salt Lake, looking at Salt Lake City. It's 28 miles away, and basically half of Salt Lake is being obstructed by the very level water. And I started to realize pretty quickly that, I mean, that turned into flat earth proof for them, even though Walter Bislan's did like a kind of something on his website showing, it matches the globe and all this kind of stuff. But why I was making fun of Event Skeptic is actually Ronnie's old name in the whole conspiracy crowd. I've known him for probably 15 years now. And so, I remember a conversation. I talked to him, me and him one-on-one for like 4 hours one night, probably 8-10 years ago. And I told him about the Southern Star Trails and how they don't work on the azimuthal equidistant map. And that's when he switched over, him and Ronnie and Johnny, Jason rather, Laffenberg. They got together and they created this whole stereographic thing, and they've been after that for eight years or so. But I really worked on Jiren for a long time, and that's kind of why I appreciated you mostly, is that Jiren seemed like he was honest. He talked about a lot of conspiracies, and I talked to him for probably 10-20 plus hours over the years, and I thought he would be one that I could convert, so to speak. And he just kept with it, and he was always open to actually talking to me, even though it was just me and Red's rhetoric at the time, basically debunking the flat earth. And we come from way different. He's like atheist. He's very abrasive, and I'm not. I'm more agnostic. I'm more in a search of something. But so we were at odds to begin with, but we were both like the two biggest debunkers. And I never like gave my real name. My name on YouTube is Tim Osman. because that's Osama bin Laden's FBI or CIA name. So it's kind of a play on conspiracy. But
okay.
So yeah, I've been around for a long time, and I kind of was convinced, I think about end of September, I kind of stopped making videos. I used to make tons of videos, and convinced that, you know, people are just going to believe what they want to believe. I had converted, so to speak, several people throughout the years, not that many, but your plan that you did and what you followed through with was, you know, you did put your money where your mouth is, and you didn't have to do it, but you did it, and because of that, I see really Flat Earth has. I've watched it from the beginning. It has taken a face plant. There's always going to be your debays and sergeants being a shill or whatever he wants to do, but you really put a dent in it, and it's like my whole feed on my YouTube is not Flat Earth anymore because they don't make videos anymore.
Right.
And you still have your Nathan Oakleys, you're still going to have your little Discord channels where they just, you know, preach the gospel of Flat Earth, but those are the bitter clingers that, you know, they got to convince themselves. I kind of find out that you can't really convince people, they need to convince themselves. And that's how they got into the mess, and that's, you know, how they need to get out of it as well. But that's on them. So really appreciate what you did. It was just some awesome video. You took Jiren down, which is awesome. He came out of it. He destroyed his whole YouTube career basically because of it.
Right.
But you know, that shows the honesty that I was looking for in him for years and years. And finally, you were the one to do it. So I do appreciate it, man.
Well, I really appreciate the kind words, and thanks for everything you've done over the years as well.
Yeah, man. Nice to finally chat with you. And I hope that you follow through. You've done what you did, and you probably should kind of just bow out. You know, get on with your life. You probably got family and cool stuff to do. So just it's a total cesspit, and you made it less of a cesspit, but you're probably not going to do much to other people. So appreciate you.
All right. Take care.
You too, brother.
Bye. Real quick before I go to my friend Max, I'm going to say something about Jiren real quick. So Tim Osmond just made a really good point, which is that Jiren was willing to be honest. And even though it hurt him financially and his channel, he's like, hey, it's a lie. I can't go on spreading a lie, talking about a lie, believing a lie. And so I want to give a quick shout out to Jiren and let everybody know that, you know, his income has suffered significantly and he is looking for work. So if you have remote work, if you own a business and you need remote work, consider interviewing Jiren. He'll do an amazing job. In my opinion, as a former business owner, integrity is one of the most important things you can have in an employee. And so he proved his integrity with TFE. Also, if you guys have YouTube channels or you're going to have a YouTube channel and you're looking for thumbnails, Jiren does amazing thumbnails. You can hire him to do that. He also sets up, I don't know what to call it, like themes for these YouTube channels. So if you guys watched the final debate, that entire thing where we had both of us there, it says the final debate. We kept track of how much we were raising for the Exodus Road. Jiren created all of that. So he can do that for your YouTube channel as well. So if you have any needs like that, please consider reaching out to Jiren and giving him some work. He did the right thing. He's going to continue to do the right thing, but that takes a really special person to do, as we've seen. So he's done his job in not only acknowledging reality and the truth, but also trying to help get as many people out as he can, because he was in it. He was fully in it. He was a leader in it. So please think about him, and if you have any needs going forward. Max, how are you? Other than muted.
Oh, I'm so sorry. There we go. Hello, I'm doing awesome. I have 2 questions and a short anecdote in whatever order you want.
Okay. Fire away.
Question first. Okay. Will Whitsett be in the documentary?
That's a good question.
I know. Yes.
Why did you have to ask me the most difficult question?
Because I'm difficult. That's kind of my thing.
Okay, I have to think of how I want to answer this. I'll put it this way. It's up to Austin if he's going to be in the documentary. So the documentary is way too difficult that we don't have time to deal with anybody that's going to be difficult. So I can tell you, I've spoken to Jonathan about this, and if there is no mockumentary, there is nothing like that. Everything is just going to be, it's really, we're just telling a story, which is, here's what the globe said, here's what flat earthers said. We got together, we did the experiment, everything the globe said happened, everything the flat earthers said didn't. And then we're going to show the fallout, which is probably the biggest part of the story, is we hadn't even left Antarctica and there's already all these brand new conspiracies. So we're just going to tell the story. Now, if Austin doesn't like that, then we'll just remove him. It'll be very easy. We'll put a smiley face over his face so you can't see who he is, and we'll let the documentary be what it is. In the beginning, we'll say Flat Earther Austin Whitsett declined to be a part of this film.
Yeah.
There you
that's
go.
A great answer, though, because
Okay.
I've been listening to him and I kind of wondered. What is next for you?
What is next for me? I don't know. So I can tell you my wife is ready to take the green screen behind me and burn it. She wants it out of the house.
That's cool. Yes.
And she also wants me to spend more time with the kids and help her with the schooling. And so that's going to be my first priority.
Cool.
The chances I'm going to not do anything next are about 0. I will do something. It's not going to have anything to do with flat Earth. I can tell you that.
Right.
But I just don't know. But I will make sure as best I can, if I do something more, when I do something, that everybody will know about it.
Awesome. Awesome. And my little anecdote. On the first midnight stream that you did, I was on MDD debating Nathan Thompson and Chris with FTFE.
Okay.
And we pulled up during the debate the live stream from Antarctica, and it was glorious. It was so good.
I didn't even know that.
Yes, that was fantastic.
Incredible.
And, yes, that was my contribution for this stream. Thank you so much. This was, I loved it. It helped me get through a pneumonia in December, but then gave us so much content, and it was fun overall. Thanks so much, everyone. Love you. Take care. Sherwa Mate Talks is my channel.
Yeah. Tell people where to find you.
Yes, it's called Sherwa Mate Talks. It's hard, but yeah.
You want to spell it?
I'll type it in the side chat.
Okay.
Thanks so much. Take care.
All right. Bye-bye. Tommy.
Oh, that's me.
Thanks for waiting.
Hey. Yeah. I've been following this since you started it, and a big fan. And I see the cleansing you have done in the Flat Earth community is just awesome.
Thank you.
You gave some of us a little less job to do, but I can deal with that.
Yes. Have we communicated? Your name? It looks familiar to me, but I can't place it.
I have been in this circus for coming up on 7 years now. So
okay.
I think on one stream we shared some Discord windows or something. Yeah.
Okay.
Cool. I was about 25 minutes behind earlier, so I just managed to join after that mortar guide. I listened to the first mortar guy. This is going to be military. Yeah. And the second motor guy with the beard, grown-up guy. And also Earth is Life. But I was a mortar man. So if I can just clear up that little thing first.
Please.
May I share my screen?
Absolutely. Yeah. Just share it and I'll add it to the stage here.
Is that a plus sign or what?
Yeah. There should be something that just says present. By the way, this is the power right here of not only TFE but just coming together as a community. I mean, at this point, it's a global community. Are you comfortable saying what country you're from?
Norway.
Yeah, I
Just
love
north
it.
of Oslo, Norway.
I love it.
Now I lost my window. Damn. There we go. I just forgot what screen to share.
Okay. You should be able to pick which one.
Window 3, I guess. Nope. 1. There we go.
Okay, I see it, and it's on the
Yeah.
stage. You can see it. Fire away.
So that's 81 millimeter mortar. That was what I did in the army. And when they're talking about Coriolis, this is 4 weapons staggered in a zigzag formation, firing over something you can't see, and this is 3 to 4 kilometers, nothing like 9 kilometers or 9 kilometers up. This is 3, 4, maybe 5 if they have heaviest thing. And the reason why we don't need to take Coriolis into effect is because this is a weapon that makes a huge impact over a big area. So there is absolutely no reason for taking Coriolis into effect. If you do, it's for training. As Earth and Life said, you can do it, but with the bigger ones, the 120, and use it for training. But there is absolutely no reason to do this just because you have to. So
okay.
Yeah, I was in the line just after he came in, so this is many open. Yeah, but there's no reason to take Coriolis there.
I hope he's watching. He clearly has some incorrect information from someone, and the fact that he brought it up, in my opinion, means it's probably a significant argument for him that is keeping him from accepting the globe. And so the fact that we've all come together and said, hey, here's actually how it works, and now someone with firsthand experience is incredible. Thank you so much.
There was actually this guy, what is his name again? Truth something, outstanding in this field. People know who I'm talking about. He was dressed in a white coat, and he also said he was a mortar man. I guess he was, but he claimed also that they didn't take Coriolis into effect, so the Earth must be flat. But the reason is it's a big area weapon. You don't need to. Also, you fire a whole lot of grenades, so it's just covering everything. JM Truth, yeah. Thank you, Uncle Charlie.
Okay, great. There we go, working together again.
Again, thank you so much for what you did. It was absolutely awesome. It's a delight to watch everything you did down there. So yeah, and now be a family man. Just you earned it.
I will. My wife and kids will thank me for that. So I'm excited. All right, Tommy.
Thank you.
Yep.
And,
bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Okay. I'm going to add somebody who's very important to TFE, and most people don't realize it. Bert.
Surprise. Hi.
Hey, friend. How are you?
Good, good.
Tell people who you are and your connection to this whole thing.
Well, I got into the Flat Earth groups about the same time that you did, in the COVID era, specifically on the Clubhouse app and the Flat Earth gang. And my background is an optical systems engineer. I've worked for contractors. I've worked as a civil servant at NASA. I'll go so far as to say that I was the optical design lead for the Roman Space Telescope, which launches next year, which is a Hubble-class observatory.
So cool. So cool.
So, and I just wanted to come on and say thank you, Will. I've dreamed and plotted many things that could be done, and of course, going to Antarctica was one of them. But that wasn't even on my checklist to even think about trying. And you did it. God is good, and I'm glad that he worked through you to bring this through. I really enjoyed the whole process. Not only the actual trip itself and the experiments that you did, but just the process of moving, building up to it and afterwards, as someone said earlier, the social aspects of it. Big shouts out to Lisbeth. Mad respect for you for going. Big shouts out to my friends at the Flat Earth gang. People don't know this, but we actually had a pre-trip party in Manhattan, and I attended with a bunch of the Flat Earth Gang friends that I've been meeting on Clubhouse and got to meet in person. We even did a little hallway experiment to see if the bottom of shoes disappeared at a distance, and they didn't. It's been a great experience, and one of the things that I also wanted to share, I quick ran and got my homemade sun tracker armillary. It's a bit of an armillary sphere, if you know what that is. Those are much more complex, but it's basically a sun tracker. And I invented this due to all of the hype around going to Antarctica, because I kept thinking in my head, how could you track the sun in a meaningful way that says, are we on a globe or not? And so what I did is I invented something that has a globe. It has latitude lines on it. And I have pins in here. The different pins represent where I live on the East Coast, some locations in France, Paris and Belgium, Iceland, and of course, Punta Arenas and Union Glacier Camp down here. And how this works is you move it, you basically rotate it until the location that you're at on the globe is level with where you're at. And then you move this up and down. This center stick has dates on it for throughout the year. And so relative to where you are, this is the December solstice here. This is equinox. You're like right level with the ring. And down here is the summer equinox. And so what you do is in this, let's say you were going to be in the December equinox and you were going to be in Punta Arenas. Well, then you would make it level like this. Now the times on the clock are now going backwards, left to right in the sky, and basically take the level where you're at, cut it to the horizon, and you can see that several of the hours here are below the horizon. Does that sound familiar? Did you experience anything like that?
That is so cool,
Punta
Bert.
Arenas, and then going all the way to, of course, 80 degrees Union Glacier. Now go level with the sphere, and look, it never goes below level. It's always up above. And if you measure this, this is 13 degrees on the low end, 33 degrees on the high end when you're at 80 degrees south, like Union Glacier, and the timestamps around here. So you can basically look at the shadow of the ring hitting the sphere, and if it cuts it directly in half, that means you've got it aligned correctly. You basically always keep the angle straight north and south. And so I invented this basically because of all the thought that was going into what are you going to see and why if you live on a globe. And of course, this is the same thing that MCToon and Michael Keegan did down with the sundial and with the shadows. That's just a different incarnation of the same thing, to say if the sun is going to follow this circle, which only is created by a rotating globe that we live on, it's going to be exactly in the sky at these locations, not kind of at those locations, exactly
Right.
at those locations. And
Right.
I have used it in 3 different seasons on 2 different continents. I don't know, is Iceland, which continent does that count as a continent somewhere? From 64 degrees north to 25 degrees north, and in 3 different seasons, and it never fails. My little globe model sun tracker predicts the arc of the sun through the sky day after day, every day of the year, any place on Earth.
Amazing.
Yes.
Thank you, Bert. So, Bert, you've shared ideas with me. We don't need to get into them, but your mind is incredible. I have a feeling you and I will be doing something together in the future.
Look forward to it, whatever that is. And if people, new YouTube creators, want to have me on to talk about the sun tracker and how to build one yourself, I do have videos on my YouTube channel. I don't even know what it is. It's just like a personal channel, and I threw some videos up. If you search Bert Pasquale sundial, you'll probably find it. But if you want me to bring it on, I'll explain more detail how you can build it and such. But I also just wanted to say maybe a quick word. There's, as I've talked to the flat earthers, there's the kind of like 3 general kind of groups. There's the real diehards, the Chads, who are just going to dig their heels in no matter what. There's those who will say, hey, I'm going to open my ideas, I'll open my ears, I'm going to examine the evidence, the gerunds, and come to see, look, this really only one map. I don't say model anymore, I say map. One map that matches all observations. Flight paths to, my favorite is the geodesic surveys, where there are tens of thousands of interlocking triangles that have been measured across the globe. And by knowing the angles between the 3 points, the distances, and you find that it's not 180 degrees when you add up the inner angles, it's a little bit more. That's called spherical excess because we live on a sphere. And in the 1700s, they were plotting and calculating with accuracy, using line of sight, surface to surface measurements of the globe and even the oblate sphericity of it. So no, the Earth does not measure flat. The Earth definitely measures an oblate spheroid. But then there's the third group who say, you know what? All right, I hear all this stuff. I hear all the stuff on the flat Earth side. Both are making their points, and my heart goes out to you. I'm very willing to talk to people. I love sharing what I know with you, and as long as you continue to keep going, keep looking into it, you'll get away from the hype and such, and put pencil to paper. There are people who will help you and actually kindly walk you through the calculations. There's only one map that all the calculations work, and that's a globe.
Absolutely. Hey, Bert,
Great.
thank you so much.
All right. Talk to you later. Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
All right, we are making progress here, guys. Thank you for hanging on. Freeman, is it?
Hello.
Hi.
You hear me, if I will?
I can hear you.
Okay, I have a few questions. You don't mind me asking?
I don't mind.
Okay, so first question. Do you claim that you have the ultimate knowledge of the sky, of the sun, and how the planets and dynamics work?
What kind of knowledge did you say?
The ultimate knowledge of the sky, how the planets work, how the sun works, what it
I
is.
do not have ultimate knowledge of anything.
Yeah, I would agree, no human does. So what assumptions did you use in Antarctica when the sun did the circle?
Say that one more time. What did we use for what?
What assumptions did you use about the sun, what medium it is in, when you've been in Antarctica?
We didn't. We made predictions, right? Isn't that the foundation of science? Is you make predictions based off of a hypothesis and then you test it. So every prediction we made based on a globe came true.
Yes, but your assumptions also matter about the sun. So
we didn't. I'm not aware of any assumptions we made other than we live on a rotating globe and what we would expect to see based on the axial tilt and the rotation of the globe.
Yeah, sure, but going back to the EE map, your assumption was that the sun is just some sphere, irrelevant what it is it some gas or not, and it just hangs around above the EE map, right?
The makeup of the sun was really irrelevant to what we were doing.
Yeah, but just to make it simple, just a sphere that hangs around in the EE map, right?
Yes. Yeah, that's correct. The flat Earth model that was held by a majority was a sun on top of an AE map. That's correct.
Okay. So you agree this is the assumption. You don't really know it.
That was the prediction, and it was falsified.
I don't believe it was falsified because, as you said, you don't know exactly what the ultimate knowledge of the sky is.
Are you trying to argue that a 24-hour sun in Antarctica that moves in the opposite direction through the sky than it does in the north works on the AE map?
Sure, it could be.
How is that? That doesn't make sense to me.
Well, that would depend on the sky, right? What it is. which
No,
from
it
him
wouldn't.
and
No, it
thus
wouldn't.
100% knowledge of. How do you know it?
If you believe that the sun moves through the sky in a certain direction over the AE map, that doesn't work with what we observed.
Well, actually, business model predicted it in quotes, so it kind of does work, right?
No, are you talking about Walter Bislin?
Yeah.
His model was created to show the impossibility of a flat Earth.
Yeah, and it does show 24-hour sun in Antarctica.
Not exactly. It shows light traveling in an impossible way. If the sun is at the opposite part of the world, you're not going to see it to your south, and the middle is dark. That's what his model shows, is the impossibility.
How do you know it's impossible way if you don't have the ultimate knowledge of the sky?
Are you familiar with Occam's razor?
Yeah.
Okay, so every observation matches the globe. So the globe is the logical response.
And it matched Bislett model as well, right?
No. Again, I've communicated with Walter Bislin, and his model was created to show that it's impossible. His model is also a heliocentric model. So no, that's not a flat Earth proof at all.
Well, that's not exclusive to the heliocentric.
I'm just telling you that you can't use a guy's model who is a glober and that he created it to show that it's impossible on a flat Earth. That doesn't work.
Why not? Just because he's glober?
No, if you just look at it, it's impossible. That's what I'm trying to say.
Again, how do you know it if you don't have ultimate knowledge of the sky?
Again, if we look at, okay, so first of all, this is important, okay, Freeman?
Yeah.
We have pictures and videos of the Earth from space going back to 1946. Those settle the debate. There is no debate. It's game over from that point. Now,
So why did you make TFE if it's game over?
Because flat earthers put forth a map and they said there was no 24-hour sun and that their map was correct. And so we used what they were saying to do the experiment so that they would participate.
Sure, but why did this? Why did they say that there was no 24-hour sun?
They said that because it doesn't work on a flat Earth.
I believe that was because of lack of evidence, since there was like pretty much zero videos.
Okay, that's fine, but I want you to consider something, okay? Back in 1911, two men were trying to make it to the South Pole. This is Amundsen and Scott. And they went to Antarctica from completely different locations. They never crossed paths. And they believed there was a South Pole because they understand we live on a globe. They both used the sun for celestial navigation. They both ended up in the exact same geographic point, which was the South Pole, at different times. They never saw each other. And so what you need to realize is that globers don't need videos of the 24-hour sun to know that the 24-hour sun exists. We know we live on a globe, and so we know it's there. We did TFE for the flat earthers. It wasn't for the globers.
Yeah, that's fine. It's good to have more evidence. I agree.
And fortunately, Freeman, we did so much more than the 24-hour sun. Every single observation, every single experiment, the flights that we took all matched the globe perfectly. So I feel like there's nothing you could tell me right now that would be convincing to anyone as a solid evidence that there's a flat Earth when every observation matches the globe.
Well, as I said, it did match Bislett model as well, so we kind of have a conflict.
Okay, well, how about this? I know Walter Bislin. You can email him and he'll tell you my model proves that a flat Earth is impossible.
Fortunately, Walter also doesn't have ultimate knowledge about the sky, so
Well,
just like you and me. So that's only an assumption of his, not
yes.
100% fact, right?
Okay. How about this? If every observation matches the globe and you don't have anything, you have zero evidence for a flat Earth, why not just accept the globe?
Oh, there's plenty of evidence for flat Earth.
Give me one piece of evidence. Give me your best piece of evidence for flat Earth.
Planes fly on flat and stationary Earth, just like you
Okay.
did from United States to Antarctica.
Okay, let's talk about planes for a second, okay?
Yeah.
If planes fly straight and they don't bank the entire time, then flight paths only work on a globe. I've never seen a plane bank the entire time.
That's fine. I'm talking about the dynamics. You see, pilots don't need to incorporate into the handling of the plane. They don't account for any curvature or any movement of the Earth, right?
Okay, this is your misunderstanding of the globe. They do account for curvature in the fact that they do great circle routes, right? Just the
That's
fact
only
that
if you plot it on the globe.
Huh?
But that's only if you plot it on the globe. You can also plot it on the AE map.
Okay,
That's
how
fine.
do you plot a flight on the AE map?
Use the same coordinates as you use for the globe.
Okay, so if someone's going to fly from Buenos Aires to Darwin, Australia, how do you plot that on an AE map? South America to Australia, nonstop.
Yeah, same as on the globe. Use the same coordinates.
No, hold on. Just if I have an AE map, how do I plot that flight?
You use your destination and the starting city and plot. I mean, you can use flight radar, same coordinates, and plot it on the map.
Let's say no one's ever flown that route before. How do you know where to go?
Obviously, you can follow the stars.
No, flight paths have nothing to do with the stars. Most flights are during the day.
They do actually. That's how the longitude and latitude system was created, from the stars.
Okay, so here's what I'm going to tell you, is that if you look at an AE, how about this? I'm trying to get to the heart of the matter. Can you fly south on the AE map and end up on the other side of the world?
What do you mean?
Okay, on an AE map, south is every direction away from north.
Yeah.
Okay, so if you fly south and you just go straight south, will you ever end up on the other side of the world? If you're in South America, the tip of South America, and you fly south to Antarctica, are you going to end up in Australia?
I mean, just straight through the South Pole.
Just straight south. You don't ever change direction.
No, that's impossible.
Okay, perfect. So that flight exists. Okay. So I'm begging you right now to please look up QF14. That is exactly what happened. They flew south from South America over the South Pole, and they ended up in Darwin, Australia. It was a nonstop flight. And to make something really cool, the pilots filmed Antarctica out of the cockpit. So Freeman, please, I beg you, just that flight alone proves we live on a globe. Please look it up, okay?
That's recent?
Yes, it is. It was a COVID repatriation flight. Australians were stranded in South America. And so the Australian government had Qantas rescue them. And that's the flight route that they took.
Okay, I'll look it up.
Thank you. All right, I'm going to move on.
Okay, will you admit that in your documentary that you don't have the ultimate knowledge of the sky? So, and you used assumptions for TFE?
We're going to talk about the predictions made based on the models. That's how science works. Science
and your assumptions also matter.
Science doesn't say unless you're omniscient, you can't do anything. Okay. All right. I got a lot of people waiting. Thank you.
Okay. Good luck.
Bye. Okay. All right. Let's see here. Hi, what's your name? You're muted.
Hello?
There you go. Hi.
Oh, hey, my name is Shane.
Shane?
Is it? Yes, Shane.
Hi, Shane.
Is this the man, the myth, the legend, Will himself?
Apparently, that is if I'm not AI.
I just want to say we don't need ultimate knowledge of the sky for anything. We have a celestial sphere, which they agree to. And I mean, just that proves that we live on a sphere. To have a celestial sphere can only correspond to GPs on a sphere, can it? I don't know.
Yeah, that sounds right to me. There's a reason we have a celestial sphere.
Yeah. Oh, you mentioned that some flat earthers, not flat earthers, some globers called you and they thanked you for doing what you did, even though you said they cared more about truth than making money.
Yeah, that's right.
Was FTFE one of those people?
Absolutely.
He was.
Definitely.
I don't think he was.
Yeah, I mean, he can't find a debate opponent at this point.
That's my point. That's my entire point. He's it's actually kind of sad. I'm not a flat earther or anything, but I watched one of his things recently, and he's just begging for money. It's kind of sad.
Well, it's a reality, right? This TFE has affected a lot of people. There's a lot of people that were, doing a good job of getting super chats and subscribers and making money off of this thing, and now they're not as much. But I will tell you that everybody on the Globe side has been thankful to me, appreciative, even if it's affected them monetarily.
Yeah. Who I actually feel bad for is Jiren.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? For some odd reason. Probably because he's the truthful one. He admitted something that completely ruined him, which, by the way, he just went live like not too long ago. So maybe after this, people, if you want to go see him, maybe support him a little bit.
Great idea. Well, consider this too. Jiren has lost something more valuable than money. He's lost friends. He's lost relationships. Now, the truth is TFE exposed that they weren't true friends.
Yeah.
Flat Earth Dave hasn't even spoken to him since he went to Antarctica and is instead telling lies about him. Like that's a long-term friend that Jiren thought he had. So anyway, it's hard to lose relationships, but it's even harder to realize they weren't true relationships in the first place.
Yeah, that is very true. I had a question for you.
Yeah.
Can you take on Scientology next?
I'm not interested. I'm sorry.
Come on. You made such a huge. Come on, dude. Are you involved in Scientology?
No.
Okay, that's good.
Not at all.
One of those guys, Chad's, mentioned some people. He mentioned Sov. Okay, we have Sov on video saying if they go down there and the sun goes this way, it's a globe, and if it goes this way, it's flat. And it did what he said, and he apparently just forgot he said it, or just I don't know how they can go back on what they say so quickly. He also mentioned flatzoid. He thinks water flows uphill. So unless you guys want to go follow someone that thinks water flows uphill, I wouldn't suggest that.
Yeah, Flatzoid is out of Flat Earth at this point.
He's out of the Flat Earth community, is what he says.
Well, he's not even talking about it. So
true. I have he's just basically onto basically religious stuff at this point. Yeah. About maps being flat too. He claimed maps are all flat, right? If the Earth was flat, a flat map wouldn't need to be distorted.
That's right.
That's the bottom line. That's the bottom line. A flat map of a flat Earth is the easiest one to make. Why are all of our flat maps distorted?
Yeah, there would be no need for a projection.
Exactly.
Definitely.
Perfect. But I want to thank you for everything that you did. You kind of put a hurting on my content viewing. You know,
Sorry.
I'm at work. Yeah, it's all right. I'm at work now, not knowing what the hell to watch. But you know, and your reason for leaving is noble. Going to take care of your family and do that sort of stuff is a lot more important than listening to fools like Chad.
Yeah, I hear you. I feel like I
Yeah.
did some good, and I'm ready to move on.
Yeah. Awesome.
Thanks,
Well,
Shane.
thank you. Thank you very much. And good luck with everything that you have coming in the future.
All right. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Okay, up next is someone who I have talked to quite a bit. How are you?
G'day, how you going?
Great to meet you face to face finally.
Oh, well, you have already met me before. We
Yeah?
did once. You haven't met this little one.
That is true.
She's about to terrorize me. Yeah, thanks for everything you've done, man. It's certainly killed Flat Earth dead, 100%.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, you want to say something to you?
Hi.
But I have to say to those earlier guys, he was recommending to follow all the flat earthers like Alan, Shane, and Vlad and stuff like that. I'm subscribed from those guys because they block, mute, censor you, all that sort of stuff. Just get out.
Yep. Well, you've been great. We've kept in touch the entire time, and
Yes.
I watch your videos when you put them out, and so thank you, man.
Thank you.
Yep,
Thank you. And of course,
great ideas.
you went to a few of the things that I went to do. So you went to that orange. What was it? The statue or something like that, which was really, really good. I was happy to see you do that. So I know I made some impact.
Yeah, so that's a circumnavigation monument for Magellan, I believe. And you did bring that to my attention, and that was phenomenal for what we were doing in Punta there.
It was pivotal because it was basically where I think Magellan went around the bottom coast and circumnavigated the whole globe. So it was. I thought, wow, that's actually a really, really good location. It's crazy.
Yeah. Well, thanks, man. It's been a fun ride, and I'm glad to have had you aboard.
Thank you. And I was really happy to see that the only video of boats getting stopped on the way to Antarctica happened to be mine, and you called the boys out for that. That was hilarious.
Oh, that was your video?
Yeah. You actually said my name in that video.
Yeah,
so
that's right.
So that boat is about 100 kilometers south of Lake's entrance, which is near where I live.
It's not even
and so they
south
were
of
nowhere near
Australia.
Antarctica. Yeah.
Yeah, if they kept going, they would have probably hit Tasmania.
Yeah. They probably would have run out of fuel before they hit Tasmania, to be honest.
Right. Yeah, flat earthers will make up anything. It's really sad. It doesn't take a lot of research to figure out what was really going on there.
Yeah. And I mean, if they want to keep resharing my video, they can do that all they like. It's only going to hurt themselves.
For sure. Well, thanks for coming on.
Thank you.
All right.
Bye-bye. You have a good time. I'll see you later.
You too. Howdy.
Hi, Will. You all right, man?
Who are you?
Yeah,
What's your name?
Keith.
All right.
I just had a few points, mate. A few things I wanted to say.
Yeah.
First of all, I was going to say I'm going to miss the TFE channel. I were going to miss it until you mentioned your wife's going to burn down that green screen, and I thought it's time you give it up, mate. It really is time you give it up.
Definitely.
I also want to say I'm looking forward to whatever you want to do next. Hopefully, we get some more content. I also, an important point, I really do hope it turns out that you're not a demon. Because if it turns out you are a real demon and that comes out, we're all in trouble, mate. Everyone's going to be proven right. We're going to be in a lot of bother.
I love it, man.
And I mean, quickly, finally, only last thing I want to say were, if you do have a chance to talk to Jonathan, your documentary, we would like a 3-part, 40-minute episodes each on Netflix, something like that. Do you know what I mean? It doesn't have to be an hour and a half. We'll watch 3 episodes. 4 episodes.
Yeah, that's an interesting point. Jonathan and I have talked about that. We have enough content for that, but we need to create something that will get the interest of various studios and buyers before we can consider making something like that. But I would love to have a 4-parter.
Yeah, it'd be brilliant, mate. Yeah.
I would love to have a docu-series as opposed to a documentary, so we'll see.
Oh, well, I hope it happens, mate. I really like to watch it. But other than that, mate, yeah, brilliant stuff. Really enjoyed it. Thank you.
Absolutely. Thanks for coming on. Bye-bye.
Cheers, mate.
Dan.
Hey, long-time listener, first-time caller. Hey, I just want to say, I first heard your debate, and I didn't know who you were. And I got into this because of I'm an engineer. I find the moon landing stuff, denial stuff got me in. And I got into this. But you're the first one to kind of do different things with the debates, which was like, oh, this is interesting. The whole Antarctica, the whole Australian flight thing, when you just hit them, it was coming at a different angle. I respected the approach and respected the game. And I was following. You gave me great time watching the whole thing in December when there was kind of a lull and stuff. And like others, I'm gonna lament the fact there's not any good stuff to read anymore. But as we go through all this stuff, I want to see flat earthers do CNC programming. I want them to make something using their 3-dimensional knowledge. Do some robotics, because they'll see that up is not up. It's about relationships to frames and things like that. And that's the one thing that I kept thinking of. And the greatest, and then hearing about, and the greatest, knowing triangles, like the different triangle, that was a great add into my brain to make me appreciate the world more. And also, like today, I'm geocaching while watching you, which I don't know if you know what that is. But
a little bit.
I can't do that without global positioning system. And everything's calculated based upon a globe. So it's and actually when I was out in Denver for work geocaching, I almost stopped by your church just to drop off something as a joke, but I couldn't think of it. I went to Casa Bonita instead. So I thought that would be a little too much.
That's been renovated.
Yeah, and I didn't mind it. I'm glad it was on the company dime though. But anyway, but that cemetery close to you, I was at that big one. That was really cool geocaching. So,
awesome.
But anyway, thanks for all you do. Good luck with everything. Completely get it. I'm sorry for all the hate, because there's people. A person is smart. People are stupid, and when they get in that hive mind, it just is nuts.
Yeah, makes sense. All right, take care, Dan.
Thank you, sir.
Yep. Bye-bye. James.
Hello, Will. How you doing?
Good, and you?
I'm doing all right. I just have a couple questions for you here.
Yes.
I guess to start off with, I think Roger didn't really get to ask the question because of the children in the background. Bless him. Why is it that you didn't post Roger's GoFundMe on your page like you promised you would? Because you told Roger you were going to help him get to Antarctica, you were going to promote his GoFundMe, but you never did.
Yeah, so I don't remember all the details, but I tried to communicate with him, and he ended up showing up to my church unannounced. And I tried to tell him, I actually said he could come and present at our church, but I just needed to get it on the schedule and tell people. And then he just doesn't respond and shows up at the church unannounced. So
yeah, I think I remember that. Yeah.
Yeah, he's very hard.
Talks about that.
He's very hard to communicate with.
Right. Well, I guess that leads into another question. I guess, is there any time frame for this documentary? And if you are releasing the documentary, is it really the last of TFV and Will Duffy? Are you going to come out with a video on the channel in the future about the documentary? Is this really the last of you if you're going to be releasing that at a later time?
Yeah, this is it. I mean, obviously I can do a quick video saying the documentary is out, but I'm not going to do anything else.
Okay. All right. I'll accept that answer. So I guess another question I have is, you know, the word on the street is, you know, you're getting sued for several $1 million. So I'm just curious where you're getting this money to buy Teslas and why you're not saving it to pay back the people you owe. And
Yeah.
and it also leads into another question. Are you receiving donations from your church? Is it a 50C13? Do you have tax write-offs?
I've never heard of a 50C13.
Sorry, a 501c3.
No, I don't receive money from my church.
Okay, so where's the Tesla money coming from? Because you're being sued for multiple millions. So I'm just curious why you're not saving that money to potentially pay the people back you owe.
Yeah, I'm not being sued.
Okay.
That's a misunderstanding because you guys don't understand the securities world. I am brought in to situations involving a previous broker dealer that I have. Most of those are against the broker dealer only, not myself. And so it's completely irrelevant to the shape of the earth. And the fact that you bring it up means you don't have evidence for a flat earth, because when you don't have evidence, you resort to these kinds of tactics.
Well, I'm just asking questions because you said you replied to my comment, and obviously that's not a rental. It is your Tesla. So I'm just trying to figure out how you went from you're more rich now after the final experiment than before. How does that work?
I have no idea what you're talking about. That Tesla is 8 years old.
Okay, got it. So you didn't used to drive a Subaru?
Never.
Really? You never drove a Subaru?
No.
Okay, interesting. Maybe that's a misconception. I'll have to look into that. But everybody says you used to drive a Subaru.
Well, flat earthers make things up all the time, so that doesn't surprise me.
Interesting. Okay, that's cool. I guess I just have one final question for you. I'm curious, who were the flat earthers that told you Stephen Alonso unanimously was the best debater? Because as a flat earther, I think he did an awful job. And I think he's one of the most, if not the most dishonest flat earther I've ever seen in my life, because he intentionally misleads people. He's selling a flat earth fitness book. If that's not grifting, I don't know what is. Flat earth and fitness are not related. It's just like me asking about the Tesla. You're right. It wasn't related to the globe. That's you brought up a good point. But how are you saying this guy grifting, selling your merch? He's selling TFE merch. He's a grifter. That's all he does. He lies. And he's been known lying. I mean, he lied on your stream when he said he has physical universities, and then he backtracked on I forget the guy's name. You probably know who I'm talking about, but he went on there and got destroyed because apparently maybe I flip-flopped it. He told you, did he tell you he had universities and the other guy he didn't? Maybe I have it flip-flopped, but he lied about the physical locations of the university. So the whole flat earth community, nobody trusts this guy. We all think he's a grifter. We know he's a liar. We don't even think so. We know for a fact he's a liar. So for you to say he's the most honest flat earther and that flat earthers unanimously accepted him as the best debater is just, I would say that's not true. But I'm asking you, do you have any evidence or messages or any claims at all from flat earthers that he unanimously won the debate? Because anyone I've talked to, we all said he did an awful job, and he's a grifter. He sells flat earth fitness. That's all I needed to know. He gave himself his own degree. So obviously this guy's a liar and he's not to be trusted. So I don't know how you say he's the most honest.
Okay, I didn't say that it was all flat earthers that told me that. So that's the first misunderstanding here. Who do you think did the best job in the final debate?
I forget the guy's name. He's got longer hair. I mean, he was just basically calling you a liar the whole time. So I got down with that a lot.
Okay, cool. I think that's awesome, because good luck with flat earth if that's what you think is a good argument, and we'll convince people.
Well,
Take care.
I'm not saying it's an argument, but so do you have an answer to the question?
The best person in the debate called me a liar. Like that's flat earth rule number 1. Call everyone liars. Keep it up. You won't convert anybody. I'm good with that.
Okay, but do you have an answer to that question though?
To what question?
Well, you said Stephen Alonso is the most honest flat earther. What makes you come to that conclusion?
Okay, 2 things. He made a video saying that every flat earther should join the final debate for the mere fact that I'm donating to charity. He's right. He's right. And so we had an abysmal showing from the flat earth community. The second thing is he'll admit what would falsify flat earth. Will you admit that right now?
Well, what do you think would falsify flat earth? Because I don't want to agree to just say, oh yeah, I agree, and then I don't know what you're actually.
I'm telling you why I call him honest. He's willing to volunteer what would falsify flat earth. Are you willing to do that?
Not in this context, no.
Exactly.
Because you haven't given me what would falsify flat Earth, so I'm not just going to agree.
I'm asking you to volunteer it.
Volunteer what exactly?
What would prove the globe and falsify flat Earth? What?
I'm not here to debate that. I was just here to ask you a couple questions about.
Okay, well,
to get some
he does
clarification.
that. Other flat earthers don't. So there you go.
Well, let me rephrase this, right? Can you still say obviously he's not totally honest about everything? Clearly.
No one is, and that includes Steven.
Okay. All right. I'll accept that answer.
Okay.
Well, I think that's all I have for you, Duffy. Thank you for having me on.
Yep. Bye-bye. Dr. J.
Hey.
Hey, it's been a while.
Yeah, you remember we're having breakfast together one time.
That's right.
Yeah.
How are you?
Yeah, I'm doing good. The part about that I thought was funny is, I have a Tesla, and people seem to not understand how much those cost. I think they are under the impression they cost a lot more than they actually do. You drove up in one, and I just saw the handles, and I'm kind of a fan. I own one, so I was like, you came in, and you're like, and I said, oh, you got a Tesla, it's kind of a conversation starter. And I remember you looked really, really serious at me, like, how do you know I drive a Tesla? I'm like, boy, this guy's really gone through a lot of crap if he's so worried of like I'm tracking his car or something. I was just trying to make like casual conversation, and you seem pretty worried that I knew what car you drove. So I got a good kick out of that. But
I love it.
Yep. I really appreciated what you did, and something I think is really, really interesting about it. I've gotten fairly convinced that the reason people change their minds has almost nothing to do with the facts of the matter. Maybe not nothing, but not as much as important as we think it is. We really are really emotionally tied to things. We have we change our mind because we love people, we care about people, we have an emotional attachment, we have a team, we root for a particular team, and so on and so forth. And I think TFE has been a pretty cool example of that because the facts don't matter in so many situations, right? And I could be completely wrong, but even in Jiren's situation, I think part of why he changed his mind because you were a nice guy. And I've always said in the flat Earth community, you just being a nice guy was like your superpower, and I really appreciate you kind of having that because I think that's maybe the most important one because it's just so easy to become super mean in these situations. People are mean to you. You're worried about why notice what car you were driving, right? And I think I said on Shirba Mate stream today that I was almost glad you were leaving because it'd just be so easy to get mean, in these situations. You see a lot of people that create content. It's easy to kind of get jaded. And so anyway, I appreciate you being a nice guy.
Yeah, thanks so much. I'm glad we connected. And I haven't forgotten about it. And I'm going to make you an offer right now.
What's that?
I would love at some point, I don't know where, to do an escape room together.
Oh, yeah, that'd be awesome. Love to do escape room. I love it. I'll shoot you an email. Will you still answer that same email? I think I only have that TFE email, so I don't know if you're going to quit answering it, if I'll need another one or not. But yeah, I'd love to do
an email, and I'll give you my other one.
Okay. All right. Cool. I'd love to do one. Thanks. Good to see you, Will.
Likewise. Bye-bye.
Yep.
All right, everybody. You're going to be glad you stayed. We have an interesting flat earther that's about to join us that I think most of you are familiar with. This is none other than King Nico. Are you there? You're muted.
I'm here.
Hello.
Good to see you, Will.
Yes, good to see you.
Let me just turn my volume up. But what a time. I can't believe you're saying farewell. You only just got here, so I was hoping you'd be around much longer. It was the only experiment you've done, so to call it the final one is kind of funny because you should have to run it at least 100 more times or more to be able to get to the final experiment. But thanks for doing it anyway, because you showed the desperation of the globe Earth and how threatened you are by the traction of flat Earth, or now biblical flat Earth is rising and dominating TikToks and social medias all around. So it's impressive that you were chosen to come and perform this psyop, whether it was in the Vegas sphere or the Amazon studios, but very, very fun to see. So yeah, I don't think it's going to be farewell, but yeah.
Do you, man, I'm struggling to find a flat earther that has a single piece of evidence for flat earth. Do you?
Apart from the Holy Bible and just what we see with our eye and experience here in the world is enough proof of flat earth, as opposed to proof of a globe earth and the science that they describe about that. But I'm not going to argue with you about that now and stuff like that. But yeah.
Do you believe in bacteria?
I don't believe in the germ theory, but bacteria exist. Yeah.
Well, I don't see bacteria with my naked eye, so I don't believe in that, I guess.
Right. Well, definitely.
That sounds like your position.
Well, I survived the greatest scam on earth in the last couple of years when they were forcing and telling people that, yeah, you would pretty much be dead if you didn't follow the rules and wear a mask and stay 6 foot. Pretty much defied every one of those rules, and I'm still here. So.
But why do you believe in bacteria if you can't see them?
Well, microscopically, under a microscope, you can see it's there and know it exists, and yeah.
Mm-hmm. Well, guess what? When we go to the micro, we use microscopes. When we go to the macro, we use telescopes.
Okay, and when in the telescope, what you're looking at is not the same as the images that are shown and generated, CGI, whatever. But yeah, people have looked through camera lenses and telescopes, and we've seen stars or so-called planets up close and doing all kinds of morphing and stuff, like they're in water. So that pretty much shows that they cannot be solid objects that have atmospheres and ozone layers and land and mass, right? So, so you can't be running away so soon. There's not much that you've done to prove, but to show the desperation that the globe Earth needs to be, a thing constantly. So
every observation matches the globe. It's over.
Right.
It's over.
If you say so, but yeah, I feel there's a lot more to come. So myself and a lot of other flat earthers, I'm pretty sure Flatzoid, and to mention a bunch of others, we'll make sure it's not the final experiment, and you're not going to get away that easy and just say that it's dead and it's finished and it's over. It's really cute seeing all the paid ops coming on and saying, oh my God, this is beautiful, rest in peace, flat earth. But it's been very much entertaining.
Well, Flatzoid changed the name of his channel, and he doesn't talk about flat earth anymore, so you might need to find someone else.
Well, but that's because what you did exposed the infiltrated flat earth movement overrun by ops, just like, Jiren, of course, very well. So he realized that, yeah, this isn't something he wants to be a part of, and to separate and be a biblical flat earther, right? So, and we've always existed. I was always here, but was never really into the flat earth movement because of Dave Weiss, and I don't get along with those characters, right? Because they do give off, like police vibes, ops, secret agents, right? So,
well, how about this? Since you brought up the Bible, Genesis 1:5 says, so the evening and the morning were the first day. The sun had not yet been created. So what is a day in Genesis before the sun is created?
Well, everything, it was darkness. So there was everything was without void, right? But as you know, the firmament was created. So you keep missing out that part. The creation of the sun and the moon were created at the same time, equally. They are equal. The sun was the greater light to rule the day, and the moon is a lesser light for the night. So,
but what's a day before the sun is created? I can explain that on the globe. It's one rotation of the globe. I don't think flat Earth has an answer.
It doesn't say that, though. That doesn't say anything about what a day is before the sun and moon were created. There was no rotation. Everything was still and firm in its place, immovable, I believe it says.
It doesn't say that in Genesis 1. So I think you should just say, I don't have an answer for what a day is before the sun is created.
But it definitely does not say there was rotation or angular or tilt or anything of the sort. So definitely
we figured
firm
that
and
out.
immovable, firmament, dome. So yeah, the stars are in the sky, so not in across the universe, light years away. So the science is definitely where people need to look into more, because it's pretty much created by man to pretty much refute the Bible and the truth that it says, to make it look like fantasy and the science look like the truth. But the truth is of the science is that it's constantly manipulated.
Well, when I talk to people who know Hebrew, specifically Jews, they tell me that rakia does not mean dome, and it never has. So that's an unfortunate thing that flat earthers have said, and again, the flat earthers that say that don't know Hebrew.
Correct. I only speak English, and I have spoken about the Hebrew word of rakia and what it refers to, and I have said that it does translate to a solid, firm dome.
So why does someone who doesn't know Hebrew have a correct translation in your mind?
I'm just saying that's the translation I get from whatever sources I'm using, and obviously a Jewish person that speaks the language in the modern day is saying something different, but I believe that the language has been changed and manipulated. Even a lot of English words today mean something different that they didn't mean back then. So who's to say?
Historically, Jews did not think it meant a dome. So if you want to go look for something that doesn't exist, you can, but you'll never find it.
Nice. So what's coming next, Will?
The next person that wants to talk to me. This is it. This is the farewell live stream.
Farewell for sure. Okay, so if we were to come up and actually have more proof to pile up on the mountains of evidence we have that TFE was manipulated to force the results of this experiment, like are you going to remain hidden? Is there a way to bring you back to explain yourself, or you know what I mean?
There's plenty of channels that'll talk to you. I'm done.
All right, it's good to know.
Okay, thank you, man.
All right, yeah, thank you.
Bye-bye. All right. Hey, how are you?
Oh, man, I get to follow Nico. How lucky did I get?
Yes.
Hey, Will, how are you?
Good. What's your name?
You can call me Ben. I'm working, so hopefully I don't have to jump off. I'm so glad I got to get on. Just a quick word to the flat earthers out there, that are slicing and dicing the final experiment. The mountains of evidence to show that this was faked and everything like that. You really are down to just one thing, and that's you need to go to Antarctica in December and show that the sun sets. You can try and spin it as it was shot in the Sphere in Las Vegas or in a movie theater. None of that holds water. If you want to disprove it, you're not going to find it within the final experiment. You need to go to Antarctica, show that the sun sets. Or alternatively, guys, come up with your own experiment. Find something that you say, well, here's what the flat earth predicts, here's what the globe predicts. Pick one, do it yourselves. Do what Will here did. Fund the money, crowdfund it, take some globers with you, get predictions, and see if you can do the same thing. Otherwise, trying to hash over the same stuff, it's just not worth it. But I don't want to talk about that, Will. Mostly, I just want to say thanks. It's been a fun ride. I got into smaller levels of arguing the flat Earth. Had a coworker, an employee of mine who was big in the flat Earth scene, and he's long moved on, but he still sends me Facebook posts and all that. So it's fun to do. But what I really appreciate, from you mainly, and others have said it too, just kind of the way you carried yourself throughout this. But kind of not falling into the more rage baiting and the anger and the condescension. But I also wanted to give you, just a little bit of encouragement, as a fellow believer. I know there's been a ton of hate directed your way and going out of the way, trying to nitpick if you drive a Tesla or something like that. I appreciate what you did as a believer. truly, as a Christian, we do care about the truth. The ultimate truth that sets us free, of course, is the truth about Christ and his sacrifice for us. But, in the darkness, that's where we find the lies, and we want to find the light. And so kind of fun that that's exactly what you found in Antarctica was the light. But I certainly hope that this isn't truly the last we see of you, not as maybe the driving force. I would have loved to see a TFF, the final flight. If we could somehow get a plane to go from Perth to Argentina, would have been amazing, but expensive, I know. But I'd love to see you along as a participant on something in the future, maybe. That would be amazing. But yeah, appreciate everything you've done, and hope it's not the last we hear of you.
Yeah, thanks so much. Let me tell you a couple things. First of all, I can tell you're analytical. We
Yes.
think a lot alike. So you're exactly right. At this point,
Well, and we've got the beard.
Exactly. At this point, the flat earthers just need to go and show that there's not a 24-hour sun. That's easy, right? Or
that would shut it up immediately.
Right. Or like you said, they need to come up with an experiment that would both sides would agree to, like I did, and then go do it.
And us Globers would fund it. I mean, we would absolutely put money towards it.
Now, for people that are still on, that have stayed here the whole time, I'm going to announce something right now. It has to be incredibly veiled. There is someone right now working on another experiment, and they want to have both sides participate. They've made me aware of it. I think it is definitive, just like the 24-hour sun would be or was. And I'm going to make a prediction right now, which is that flat earthers won't participate. I think flat earthers are going to struggle.
Come on, guys. No, you have to.
Yes. Right.
Please, no. Some of you, I know you're afraid of what, I'll be outcast. Listen, if you're being thrown out of a community for backing the truth and actual, if we follow observation, if that's, hey, it's what we can see and observe, and you go and see and observe something, you're thrown out of the community, you don't want to be a part of that community.
Yep, that's right. So anyway, I think flat earthers are going to be nervous to participate, even though they've made this argument in the past as well. And so anyway, that's all I can say, but just kind of be on the lookout. But you're exactly right. That is what needs to happen. I don't think they're going to do it, but we'll see.
Yeah. Well, here's hoping. Guys, I'm serious. Talking to you flat earthers out there. If you're watching this, don't be afraid to go. You say truth doesn't fear investigation. Your feet are speaking otherwise. Go. Just look. If you're willing to back what you say with all the Facebook posts and the YouTube videos and everything, and this strong confidence, King Nico, man, go. Whatever it is. And help them act. I would say get involved in it early. Help them weed out the things that you're nervous about. Help them, tell them what it is that, would make you believe that this is a sure, honest, above board experiment. Get your input in there and don't back out. Follow this thing.
Yeah. All the people,
we're pretty confident.
All the people like the King Nikos and the Flat Earth Banjos and the Flatzoids, they all need to come together and say, let's crowdfund one flat earther to go and prove there's no 24-hour sun. That's what they need to do, but they're not doing it.
Do it on the sly. If you're afraid they're going to get that solar generator up there, don't tell anybody you're going. Just sneak on down there mid-December. Don't tell anybody. Just go. There's no way they're running that thing 24/7.
Yeah.
365. Yeah, exactly. Put your name down as Glober. I mean, well, maybe not that. We'd see through that. But I mean, just do it. But also provide some evidence with it. We don't want to see, and just like with the final experiment, there was a reasonable amount of evidence given. You guys were GPS tracked. You're showing your flight paths. It's ahead of time. If you just show up with a video and say, "Hey, this is a video I took in Antarctica. It's dark." No, just do the minor amount of, "Hey, I'm letting you know when I'm going." You don't have to necessarily say it ahead of time, but do some stuff like calling up Nathan Oakley during his live stream. Hey, this is absolutely what's going on. Somebody's trying to call me here, but yeah, I'll call them back. But anyway, yeah, I'm excited. We'll see what that looks like. That'll be fascinating.
Cool. Well, thanks, Ben. I appreciate it. Take care.
Yeah, you got it. Thank you, Will. Hope to see you again in the future.
Bye. All right. Up next, is it Andre?
Yes.
Hey, how are you?
From Washington State.
Okay, not too far.
Oh, really? I just want to say thank you for everything you've done. As a Christian, man, you kept cool with all the guys. Holy. You fought hard. Thank you for everything.
Yeah, absolutely. It's hard, but we got to remember that we are representing Christ in
Yes.
our actions and our words, and so yeah, it's super important for sure, especially once you start to have an audience.
Oh, yeah. Man, you kept your heart in the right place, dude. That's a one of a kind person. Thank you.
Absolutely. Glad
All
I
right.
could kind of lead this and have us all come together and do this together. So thanks, Andre.
Thank you.
All right. Bye-bye. Mike.
Hey, how are you? Thanks for letting me jump on really quickly.
For sure.
Look, just wanted to say thanks again. I think it's actually ridiculous what's had to happen, what you've had to do, and yeah, from my perspective, I want to say a massive thank you to you. You definitely should never have had to spend that money, do this massive big thing, but yeah, it's unfortunate that someone's had to do it, but you bit the bullet and put your money where your mouth is, your mouth where your money is. Really appreciate doing that. You know, I've got a family member who's been kind of sucked into this whole flat earth thing. And I think as a believer, that's been the real, this kind of Christian twist on it, this kind of biblical, true interpretation of the Bible, being that it's a flat stationary earth, I believe is really toxic. So I want to say thank you massively for that. I think coming from yourself, who is a Christian, who believes in God, and then kind of putting this investment, getting both sides on board has been really great. I just wanted to quickly share a scripture myself from that I think sums up the flat earth argument perfectly. It's Colossians 2:8. It says, "See to it that no one takes you captive through hollow and deceptive philosophies, which depend on human tradition and the elemental spiritual forces of this world rather than on Christ." Flat earth is that. It's completely hollow. It's completely deceptive. You know, we've seen the amount of scammers involved in the flat earth movement. And anytime you try and get any evidence to support flat earth, it's completely hollow. It's like, you know, trying to put your finger into a hole and touch the hole. You can't do it. That's why they have no map. They have no evidence. They can't do a participatory thing like this and come out with anything. So yeah, massive thank you. I'm glad that you're kind of wrapping this up. I think my prayer is that, you know, in 12 months time, there'll be no more debates, no more discussion. We can just move on. It's the most pointless thing in the world to invest time and effort and money into, but unfortunately, it had to happen. So again, thanks, Will. That's all I really want to say.
Yeah, thank you, Mike. I really appreciate it. And I'm going to tell you right now what's going to happen. Flat earthers are going to clip out what you said, and they're going to claim that you believe in a hollow earth.
I definitely do not believe in a hollow earth. Yeah, that's a good point. No, I believe that, you know, God created this amazing, what I find extremely sad and actually heartbreaking is flat earthers who proclaim to be Christians. You know, Psalms says the heavens declare the glory of God. Flat earthers are literally blocking their ears to the glory of God. You know, the heavens proclaim his wonders. They have to block their eyes. They have to block their ears. They say the lights in the sky don't matter. Space is fake. And it's like, it's heartbreaking. You imagine if you were God and you created this amazing universe and galaxies and stars and planets for your humans to explore. And then they're down here chucking their head in the sand saying, it's all fake. It's all fake. It's heartbreaking. So, man, my prayer is that people will be free from this cult. They'll be able to see with true wonder and look up at the sky and say, how amazing is our God that he created billions of galaxies and stars, and he put us on this planet as his prized possession out of anywhere, everything else. Like, it's incredible. So yeah, again, thank you, Will.
Amen, brother. Talk soon.
Cheers. See ya.
Bye. Merlin.
Hello.
Hi.
Yeah, Merlin from France. Hi.
You
I
might
must
be
apologize
the
first.
last one, by the way.
Yeah, it seems like it. And I must warn you, I'm quite stressed. So I would also like to thank everyone who showed up before, Flat Earther or Glober. Like, my appreciation for daring to come up and speak. And yeah, thank you. And thank you for the final experiment too, means a lot. I wanted to talk about two things. Firstly, I would like to ask what are like the of things people can do to demonstrate the globe. I believe in the globe model, but it was always like kind of a belief until I saw all the TFE as entertainment. And what really hooked me was the equatorial for telescopes and how they work and how you could go buy one. And if I tried to make it work on a flat Earth, I couldn't. So that was like the turning point from belief to knowledge, if that makes sense.
Yeah, you were breaking up a little bit there. Are you asking me what people can do?
Yeah, to observe the Earth for themselves.
Okay, sure.
Kind of plots, do graphs, demonstrated themselves. What are the experiments people can do?
Okay, yeah, gotcha. So number one, I think the easiest thing, it's not necessarily you can do it yourself, but we have the most amazing, beautiful pictures of Earth from space. We've got the Himawari, we've got GOES. And so we're at a point in time where there's a picture taken of Earth every 10 minutes. And it's just so beautiful to see. When storms start to form, we see that and we can prepare. Lives are literally saved because of weather satellites. It's really incredible. When there is a natural event like a fire, we can see the scope of the fire from space. And so anyway, that's the easiest thing people can do, is just look at these beautiful images. In terms of doing things yourself, I mean, look, people should create a Foucault's pendulum. Flat earthers just say that it's fake or there's a motor in it. And the reality is that the Foucault's pendulum shows you where you are on Earth based on how it performs. And it goes in the opposite direction in the Southern Hemisphere. So it's hard when we're dealing with something as big as the Earth to have the money or the equipment or the resources to either get to space and see the Earth or have super expensive equipment, but just use what is already out there and what is already being paid for. I mean, private parties are now going into space and taking pictures. And so I would just say, just accept all that, get out of flat Earth. It'll change your life.
Yeah, I would add, really, if one doesn't accept it, I think it would be crazy if like the entire world plotted against truth. But if one is so skeptical, I think just the equatorial mounts, the telescope thing, I think that's like 500, and just understanding how it works. But if you understand it but don't believe in it, just buy one and see it for yourself, basically.
Absolutely. Once you understand how an equatorial mount works, you will see it would have never been invented if we weren't on a rotating globe.
Yeah. The other thing I would like to address to flat earthers is, if the final experiment was rigged, I would love them to plot it, like on just budget it, try and make it yourself, basically, and see how crazy of an ambitious thing it would be to fake it, basically.
Right. Absolutely. What a good point. Yeah. But again, they'll just say that I've got NASA behind me or whatever. They just make up whatever they need to make up.
Yeah, but the government and NASA and whatever you want, the Illuminati, they must be like, okay, a little bit higher technology than we can have, but not unimaginable unless you believe in aliens or something. And so just one should try to imagine how it would go to fake it. Just visualize, what LED panel could I buy to try to make the dome something.
What a great point. I think that's awesome, Merlin. Thank you so much for contacting us all the way. You said from France, right?
From France. It's 1 a.m. right now.
I'm really
came up
thankful.
out of bed.
Thank you so much. I really appreciate it.
Right. Thank you.
Okay. Bye-bye.
Bye.
All right, everybody. We only have one more person, and I'm going to state unequivocally that we saved the best for last. MCToon, how are you?
Well, I thought Dave McKeegan was coming back.
I think he's sleeping.
Oh, well, thank you. Wow, it's been great. What a ride.
Absolutely.
A year and a half ago, we assembled a group of Globers. You had me work with you to put together a Zoom call. And while you were talking, I sat back and thought, these people, if we are successful, will ruin our incomes. And we're willing to do it.
That says something.
Yeah.
Really does.
I'm sharing a screen. You want to put it up here quick?
There you go.
Thanks, quick. There you go. Out our hotel window in Punta Arenas, right there, the memorial to one of the ships that came through. There we are. First day, just right around when we did that first live stream there, underneath the big
monument.
Monument, yep. This is pretty cool. You can see Critical Think's hat and his silhouette there. This is really cool. That the one leg that's off screen is sitting on a scratch that we put on the concrete. And you can see that scratch going to the upper left there.
Yeah.
And we did that hours before. This is the shadow that is the due north and south shadow. So that shadow is going due south. We used a GPS to scratch that shadow, that line, and then hours later we dropped that that on there, and this is local solar noon. So the GPS predicted the direction of due south, for local solar noon.
Amazing.
Flat Earth, you can't do that. The sun can't. You can't do what you can't make any predictions. This is the dip compass, and that blue end is the south end of the compass,
pointing to the ground.
Pointing to the ground. That means that the south magnetic pole is under the ground to the south of us at this place. But the flat earthers, they can't figure out their magnetic model. They say it's a toroid. This wouldn't work for a toroid. And there's Dave taking a picture of me taking a picture of this. This is one of my favorite pictures. Right there. These are the people that came out. Critical Think was there too. But these are the people that came out to do the experiments. There's some missing. There's someone missing there that did not want to participate in doing the experiments. I won't say any more than that. And then here we are in Antarctica. So I just grabbed a couple to show real quick.
Thank you. Great memories.
Yeah, you can stop the share.
Okay.
I don't know. It's been great.
Yeah, I'm gonna, after I remove you, I'm just gonna thank some people to kind of end this live stream, but I'll thank you to your face right now. You helped me more than anyone, and I can't thank you enough for that. People don't realize when I got into this, I was way in over my head. I had no idea what I was dealing with, who I was dealing with. I didn't know how to run a YouTube channel. I didn't know how to do a live stream. And you were always there for me whenever I needed anything at all. So thank you so much. I could not have done this without you.
Glad to help.
And I can also say that the fact that I believed up until the last minute that you were not going to be there, I now look back and that would have been horrible had you not been with us. So
yeah, I'm glad it worked out.
Me too. Yep. You added so much to this. People need to realize so many experiments came from MCToon's mind, and he not only thought of them, and he did them and journaled them and everything. So thank you so much.
Credit where it's due. I assembled stuff from other people.
For sure.
Yeah, some of them I did, but a lot were from other people. So I can't take credit for all of the ideas.
Yeah, but again, you also looked out for us, right? So right here on my desk is a hard drive, and none of us thought of this, which is redundancy, and the fact that we were going to end up with terabytes plural of data and needing to constantly back it up so that we could keep recording. And so you came through for all of us, and you helped both sides. I mean, I know Jiren has those hard drives. And so thank you, man. What
Gives them to Jonathan.
You're a team player for sure.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah.
All right. I'll let you go.
All right. Thanks again.
Thank you.
Bye-bye. All right, everybody. Thank you so much for hanging on. We've had over 500 watching the entire time. It's gone over 4 hours, which I did not expect. But I'm going to say some thank yous right now. And then I'm going to end with something critically important. And this is for the flat earthers. And that is who actually was behind TFE. And no, it wasn't MCToon. So first, I want to give out some thanks. I'm going to forget so many people. But I really need to thank some people that were just so important for TFE. The first person I'm going to thank is Flat Earth Dave. That's going to come as a surprise to people, but I'm honestly thankful for him, and here's why. He turned down a free trip to Antarctica. He then tried to state that the sun that we saw was a laser pointer. He tried to say that my friends were demons. Then he changed it to saying I am a demon. He's said so many insane things. I can't imagine anyone will take him seriously ever again. So honestly, Flat Earth Dave, you did an amazing thing for TFE. Had you gone with us to Antarctica, the impact we had would probably not have happened. I want to thank FTFE, known as Craig McNeil. Most of you don't know this, but FTFE contacted me privately when I announced the offer for Flat Earth Dave to go to Antarctica to represent the Flat Earth side. And he said, Will, you're making a mistake. And I said, well, number one, they voted for Flat Earth Dave. And he said, Flat Earth Dave is not your guy. Jiren's your guy. And I said, what do you mean? And he said, you need Jiren to go because Jiren is looking for truth and Jiren will be honest. Jiren needs to go. And fortunately, that worked out. And Craig, you were right. You were 100% right. Jiren was the person to go because he is looking for truth and he was honest. So thank you so much. I need to give shout outs to Where's Wally. You guys probably know who he is. He's an incredible person. There's things I know about his personal life that I can't say, but if you knew what he does with his life, you would just fall in love with the guy. He's brilliant. He's always there to help. He made the Jirenometer. He made the special sundial for us to take down there to show the 24-hour sun via shadows. And he's done a lot of incredible things. Check out his channel. I can't emphasize this enough. Where's Wally has a brilliant, brilliant mind. He's done things. He's put them on YouTube, and he doesn't have a lot of views, but his stuff is incredible. So thank you, Wally. Wolfie6020, you guys probably know who he is. He's just been incredible to me. He's an actual real pilot. Again, there's no flat earth commercial pilots, and there's a reason for that. Wolfie has an incredible knowledge of aviation, and he's always there to answer my questions. He's helped me so much with TFE. And as you all recall, we did a video together in person when our paths crossed and talked about aviation, which is so misunderstood by the flat earth community. And I would suggest the flat earth community to please, since none of you are pilots and none of you have ever flown a commercial plane, just go talk to commercial pilots. Then you will learn. I need to give a shout out to Ruhif. Please, you guys, I don't think you realize the mind behind Ruhif, okay? He's absolutely brilliant. I've never admitted this to him, and I'm a little bit hesitant to do it, but I have to study what he tells me to understand it. So Ruhif has been there for me to help me with anything I need. He'll actually make videos for me that are unlisted on his channel. That's how much he cares about me and this project. And again, he's absolutely brilliant. There is no problem that Ruhif cannot solve. This whole celestial theodolite nonsense, he has completely taken apart and shown what's going on there. So please look at him, look up him on YouTube, subscribe to him. His content is amazing. I need to give a shout out to Danny Faulkner. You guys probably know him. He's an astronomer with Answers in Genesis. He's been incredible and a great resource for me when I don't understand things about, you know, orbits and celestial bodies and stars and distances and all of that. And so he's made himself available to help me. So Danny, thank you so much. Shout out to Peter Markley, who's done so much. You guys should look up his YouTube channel. He's done a lot of research on kind of the history of flat Earth and what other civilizations believed. And he's been there to answer questions for me, which is awesome. Also Cody and Dan and Jeremy and all of you guys, thank you so much for being there with me. I want to give a shout out to two people as well, Patricia Steer and Robbie Davidson. Now I want to start with Patricia Steer. So my history in flat Earth actually started with Patricia. And most of you probably won't know this, but I saw the movie Behind the Curve very early on when I became exposed to flat Earth. When you find flat Earth and you start to figure out what's going on, you find that documentary. And I don't know if this stood out for people, but this is what stood out to me. In that documentary, flat earthers were turning on Patricia because the last three letters of her name are CIA. Okay? That is what stuck with me the most from that documentary. Now, if you guys don't remember that, go watch the documentary again. The reason that was so important to me was because that told me flat earthers will turn on their own for no reason at all. And they lack the ability to think through things critically. Okay. When I heard that, my first thought was, why in the world would you think that Patricia's name has anything to do with her? Don't you think that name came from her parents? And so they just grasp at anything. And if you recall in the final debate, Geocentric Truth, who I had the conversation with today, who doesn't understand conservation of momentum and airplanes, he brought up Dwayne Kellum, who is a flat earther that sent up multiple weather balloons in the dozens. And I was prepared for that because I prepare. People should know that about me by now. I prepare. And so I showed him Dwayne Kellum's own thumbnails, which show curvature. And his first thought was, are you working with the CIA? So these ideas are just crazy. And so anyway, Patricia, I'm glad that you came around. We never connected. I just knew of you through the documentary. We didn't connect until after our Antarctica trip, but I'm glad that you see the light. I'm glad you're out. I am sorry for the hatred now that has come upon you from your previous community that you had been with for so many years. But at least there's a benefit there, which is you're seeing your community now for who they really are in how they are treating you. And I'll never forget what I saw in Behind the Curve. So anyway, next is Robbie Davidson. Robbie, we did not, again, connect until after TFE. Robbie has been so thankful to me for doing TFE, going to Antarctica, figuring out the truth so that he could get out. And I'm going to say something, Robbie, that you said to me in private, and I hope you're okay with me saying it. I think you will be. But Robbie had an epiphany. And again, he's the one that's gone out of his way to thank me the most. And Robbie said, Will, I didn't know I was in a cult. That's a powerful statement. Imagine being in a cult and not realizing it. It's probably common. But then he said something even more powerful. He said, Will, not only was I in a cult and didn't know it, I was a cult leader and I did not realize it. That's so powerful for him to realize that. And so he's had to come to terms with that himself. I know he's had conversations with his wife about it, but he's thankful to be out. And I know he's doing his part to get other people out as well. So Robbie, thank you so much. And the last person I want to thank is Jiren Campanella of Jirenism. Jiren has done so much for TFE. He agreed to go. Again, it wasn't easy to get him to agree. He had some fears, which I understand. He didn't know me yet, but Jiren went to Antarctica. He was honest about what he saw. And I could see, I haven't told him this, I could see the gears spinning before we even went to Antarctica. And so he was processing the entire trip. He was processing the data, the sun, everything that we were seeing, where the sun set, where it was rising before we even got to Antarctica. Then we got there and he saw the 24-hour sun, and he was willing to admit during the live stream, hey, you know, sometimes you're wrong in life, which is true. We're all wrong about things, but it takes a special person to admit that in front of a very large audience, especially when your reputation and your brand was built on something that you're now admitting to being wrong about. And then he kept thinking about it. It wasn't enough that he saw a 24-hour sun. He saw the sun going in a wave pattern between 13 degrees and 34 degrees, back to 13, back to 34. He started processing that, and he realized, wait a minute, that's how you get to the South Pole. That's how you find the South Pole, is you wait till the sun is the lowest in the sky, and you follow it, and you follow it, and eventually you get to the South Pole. Everything started clicking. And again, none of us rubbed it in on the flat earthers. We were letting them process it, which is great. And we got on the plane to fly back to Chile, and Jiren was still processing it. It was very obvious. We landed, and he was, I think, 3 rows or 2 rows ahead of me. And as soon as it landed and we took off our seatbelts, I stood up, he stood up, he looked at me and he said, "It's a sphere. It's a sphere." So anyway, super cool moment. Jiren, I can't thank you enough for everything you've done. I do know that you have a lot on that's going to happen in the future that you're already working on. I'm not going to spill the beans or anything, but I know you're being contacted by various people. And I think that you deserve all of this. You did the right thing. You did the brave thing. You went, you saw, and you told the truth. And that's really all that can be asked of any of us. Okay, now this last part before I end this incredible farewell live stream. Thank you, everybody who hopped on. I did not expect that many people to hop on. I'm super excited about that. I met a lot of people face to face for the first time that I've only interacted with in comments and emails. So thank you all so much. But this part here at the end, this is specifically for the flat earthers. If you want to share this video with a flat earther, please give them this timestamp, because this is going to be the most important. So flat earthers, you were correct that I did not do this by myself, that I had someone behind me that was helping me pull this off. You were right. Okay. You were correct. And I could not have done this without that person. And I'm going to tell you right now, when I tell you who this was, please take this to heart. Okay. Please take this to heart, because I believe this with my heart. And I didn't realize it at first, but the person behind TFE was most definitely God. God is the one that gave me this idea. At first, I thought it just popped into my mind and I was brilliant and I was this and that, and I had such a great idea. But as things progressed and I ran into so many walls, and every single time something miraculous happened when I thought it was not going to work. And I was on my knees praying so much about the weather, knowing that was something I couldn't control. There was a point in time where ALE had told me that if TFE gets really big and 10 people sign up, that they would let me go for free. And so that became important because we added Jiren and Austin, and I gave up my seat for Austin, but then Austin said he wouldn't go without me. And so now it's becoming way over budget. And so I was secretly hoping we'd hit that 10 so that I could go for free. Then we got to 8 and it looked like we weren't going to get anybody else. And then the 8th person, sorry, before that, ALE contacted me and they said, "Will, you didn't hit 10, you hit 8, but that's enough. We're going to let you go for free." And I was just like, this is incredible. Like, how is everything working so perfectly? But then the 8th person was a man from Australia, a retired man from Australia, who was so excited to join us. And due to his age, ALE required him to go to the doctor and get a doctor's permission to go, because there's no hospitals in Antarctica. And if something significant happens, it's a 4-hour flight to get to a hospital. Well, his doctor said he couldn't go and that his heart wasn't strong enough to go on this trip. So he backed out, which dropped us below the 8. So now that means I'm going to have to pay. And so again, this was just another bump in the road. And then Mark Herman contacts me. And by the way, that's even another story, is that Mark Herman, who's Candace Owens' director, first Candace Owens said she couldn't go. And so I thought that that door was closed. But then she said she would send her director, Mark Herman. So Mark Herman was signed up, but then he contacted me and said, it's not going to work. I'm sorry, I'm out. And then that was it. But then he came back. Again, these things happened, you guys, the entire time leading up to our trip to Antarctica. So Mark Herman is back on the trip. And I think he found out, probably through me, that we lost our 8th person. And then Mark is like, well, Will, I know a guy who's a flat earther. He's also a filmmaker. He lives in Hollywood. What about him? So that's how Jonathan Morandi got involved in all of this. So he ended up being the 8th person. I ended up getting to go for free. And so everything just kept working out every time we ran into an issue. And it finally hit me. God was involved. Now, I know the atheists out there are not going to like this, and that's okay. I know you're never going to be convinced of God because of my experience, and you're going to need your own experience. But I would love to talk with you at some point about my own experiences with God and talk to you about that. But flat earthers, I'm telling you right now, I have zero doubts that this entire thing was from God. He gave me this. He tasked me with this role of doing this because he sees where his people are going. And then let's talk about the big one, which is that I prayed so much prior to our trip about the weather, because if you look up Antarctica weather, it's very extreme. There's clouds all the time. And flat earthers were saying, if there's clouds, then we won't see the 24-hour sun. And it means there isn't one. People are even saying that there was going to be fake clouds made by NASA to block the sun and all this stuff. I have no control whatsoever over the weather. And so I prayed to God so much about the weather. When we got to Antarctica, the day before, John Santandrea, someone else I should thank, who works at the South Pole, who's my friend now, he contacted me and he's like, Will, the weather's not looking too good in Antarctica right now, but we'll see what happens when you get here. He was at the South Pole before me. And so I'm just, again, leaving this to God. And we get to Antarctica, we get off the plane, and the sky is completely blue. Now, I don't know this yet, but as soon as we land, they put us on a vehicle to take us to camp because the runway is a couple miles from camp. And when we get to camp, we get off the vehicle, they pull me out of the group immediately. Someone grabs me and said, Will, we need you to come with us. So they take me to a hut. Inside the hut is one of the owners of ALE. And he's like, hey, Will, how are you? And I said, oh, it's so great to meet you. He and I had done a Zoom meeting before, so I knew what he looked like. We obviously had never met in person. And the first thing he said was, who do you have working with you? And I looked at him kind of funny, and he just kind of pointed up, like, do you have God working with you? And he said they've had terrible weather at Union Glacier Camp for months. And he said, as soon as we got there, the weather completely cleared. I kid you not. Now, again, people might want to chalk this up to coincidence, which is fine. But I want you to consider throughout this entire journey from the very beginning, how many things kept falling into place that were borderline miraculous. So we have these blue skies. There's almost not a cloud in the sky. Other people that were part of TFE who don't believe in God even noticed this and made comments to me like, Will, this is super interesting. You're making me think about God right now. And we set up our cameras, and I'm thinking to myself, we have to film for 24 hours. What if clouds roll in 12 hours in, 18 hours in? ask anybody that went on the trip, the skies stayed blue for all 24 hours. And then when we left our special camp at Halfway Point to go back to Union Glacier after we had filmed for 24 hours, I decided I was going to set up my 360-degree camera and just continue recording. And that video is on our channel. If you go watch, the clouds immediately rolled in after the 24 hours. At some points, they blocked the sun. And then the weather got so bad, they made an announcement and they said, you guys need to get out of here early. If you stay, you're probably going to get stuck here until after Christmas. So our trip was cut short due to, again, terrible weather. So we had this beautiful 24-hour time frame of blue skies to film the 24-hour sun. And again, I firmly believe that this was God's hand working in this. And flat earthers, I just want you to hear this. I want you to think about this. And I want you to consider going to God with this idea that you have, because I know for a fact it's wrong. I know for a fact God's beautiful creation is the sphere that we live on and this universe that we live in. And I just want you to be able to see that truth so that you can escape this and improve in your life, improve in your relationships, and improve in your relationship with God. So you were correct. This was not just my doing. There was someone else involved, and he's a pretty powerful guy. So anyway, thank you all for being here. Thank you all for everything from the very beginning of TFE. I had no idea what was going to happen, and everybody just chipped in. Every email I received, every positive comment I received, every idea I received, I just can't thank you all enough. We came together, we did this, and it's just really amazing to look back at what was accomplished. I'll never forget this for the rest of my life. I am sad. This is bittersweet for me that this is the end, but it's time. It's time for me to get out of here. I know flat earthers are happy with that, and that's fine. I'm glad to make you happy in that regard. But I really hope and pray that the TFE channel, our videos, our experiments will live on into perpetuity. And I hope people use our channel. Anytime you come across somebody talking about flat earth or considering flat earth, show them the channel, show them our playlist, the final experiments, show them all the data. Flat earthers don't have answers for all of these things. There isn't a single model that makes sense of everything other than the globe model. So anyway, again, from the bottom of my heart, thank you all. I truly am appreciative of all of you. I'm going to miss everyone, and I hope somehow, some way, our paths end up crossing again in the future. But much love to everyone. Take care. Signing off for the final time. Goodbye.